of your names, your surname and your given name. And the essence is for the purpose of the record, because Parliament has what we call a Hansard. A Hansard is a record of all, or rather a documentation of everything that is said on the floor of the House. And to ensure that all of you, especially if you come to utilize the microphone, to ensure that your name is properly spelled out in the Hansard, because these are documents that are made public. These are documents that go to the officers of the principals, that is the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of Government Business. They all get copies of these documents. And I'm sure we would all want our names to be well documented. So please, whenever you stand up to take the mic, just mention your name, both names, so that the Hansard can articulately capture them. I'd also like to welcome our friends who are on Zoom, a very big number of you. Thank you very much for logging in to today's live stream. The session will be starting shortly. We shall have the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Jacob Lokorio Olanya, opening today's activities, and then you will go through the election of your Speaker, who will chair the House for the day. And please endeavour to follow the protocols that we have taken you through so far for a smooth activity today. I'd also like to mention that seats have been reserved for people, dignitaries, senior dignitaries who are yet to come. The front bench must not be occupied, so kindly find other seats, as well as the seats in the island here. If you're occupying, just occupy maybe the back seats, the last row, because they have been designated for other people to take. But the front benches, let us leave them unoccupied for now. Thank you very much. Honorable friends, very other important piece of information is that in case you may need to use the washrooms, there are washrooms towards that end for the ladies, and for the gentlemen, they're towards this other end. So you exit from those doors, depending on where you're seated, and then if you exit from here, you walk through the lobby for the ladies, and for the gents, then you can access the washrooms. When the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament enters the chambers, I'll request all of us, as is standard protocol, to rise. When we all rise, we remain rising until the prayers have been said, and until the Speaker takes his seat, then we all take our seats. That is standard protocol, as well as a dignified way of giving him respect, or her respect. We shall request you, honourable members, to maintain order while in the House. No heckling, no noise, no particular physical contact. That's why we have ensured that we are all seated as we are spaced. And in case you want to say something, you stand and wait for the Speaker to give you the opportunity to speak. If you want a message passed on, we shall have the sergeant overlooking that, We are not supposed to whisper to each other. Just write a small sheet and request for it to be, if you want to have something sent to the speaker's desk, you write a small sheet and you request for it to be brought to the speaker so that they can read and take action. If you want to applaud, you just stamp your feet, or you can pat the chairs like this. But we are not supposed to clap. We're not supposed to clap. You just stamp your feet or pat the chairs in acknowledgement or any applause. Thank you. Honorable delegates, we are set to begin the process of the election of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. for the year 2021. Would like to welcome the Honorable Would like to welcome you once again, honorable delegates. Would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, Honorable Rose Namayanja. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. She is also the Director of the Rose Namayanja Foundation, so we are very grateful for you to come and show support to the National Youth Parliament of this year. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Joy Xavier, who is the Country Director of Action Aid Uganda. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence and for giving encouragement to the National Youth Parliament. As you continue doing your work here today, honorable delegates, these senior members of society will be watching and looking to pick out some of you who might be taken to the next stage. So we urge you to do your best on the floor, especially following the protocols and the rules of procedure that we have taken you through so far. So as I mentioned, we are going to start the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. I would like to invite my friend, Mr. Wabwire, to just give us a few remarks of how we are going to guide us on how we are going to go about this. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members. So, there are values that we want to portray. Value number one is gender balance. If the speaker is female, then let the deputy be male. If the speaker is male, let the deputy be female. The second value we want to also portray is regional balance. If the speaker is from north, east, central, let the deputy come from another region. So those are some of the values that we want to emulate and be able to engage. Otherwise, regardless of that, we're also behind time, so we will be able to, hopefully, by 9:40, finish the process of voting the speaker. So we'll have the physical team of people here and the online. While voting, of course, the online platform is going to be locked, so that whoever is online now is able to vote. And whoever has not yet joined will join after for the plenary session that is going on. So let's just keep keen about that, and let us also portray diplomacy and have what we call honorable behavior, because we are in the August House here. So that is it from my side. So the office of the clerk will be presiding over the elections and standing in for the Chief Justice, of course. In that, I think that is it majorly. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, we are now going to be taken through the rules and procedures of Parliament, especially those that we shall need today, especially the rules on voting for the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of today's National Youth Parliament. I'm going to invite the clerk who will sit at the table with us today, Ms. Claire, to take us through these rules as per the rules of Parliament procedure as well as the Constitution of Uganda. Just another quick reminder, in case you missed where the restrooms are. This side, outside in the lobby. This other side is for the ladies, and this other side is for the gents. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. My name is Mujeri Claire, and I will be taking you through the rules that will be governing this sitting. The rules that will be governing this sitting will be the rules of procedure of Parliament of Uganda. Some of you may have copies, but some do not have. I will read through these rules verbatim. First and foremost, as members of Parliament, you're required to take an oath under Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure. And Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure says every member shall, before formally taking his or her seat in Parliament, take and subscribe in a manner prescribed by the law, the oath of allegiance and the oath of a member of Parliament as specified in the 4th schedule to the Constitution. For this oath, we shall take a unanimous oath since we do not have time for each and every member of Parliament to take a personal oath. Thereafter, we shall be having the elections of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. But before then, a reminder under Rule 4 is that the proceedings and debates of Parliament shall be in English. Therefore, all the proceedings that shall happen in this sitting shall be taken in English. For the election of the Speaker, we are guided by Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure. Rule 5 states, the Speaker shall be elected by the members of Parliament from among their number. A person shall not be qualified to be elected if he or she is a vice president or a prime minister or a minister, and I believe there are no vice presidents or prime ministers here. A person who publicly campaigns or causes campaigns for his or her agent in a manner which is in breach of Rule 85 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament shall be subject to the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament. No business shall be transacted in Parliament other than an election to the office of the Speaker at any time that the Speaker of office is vacant. The Chief Justice or a judge designated by the Chief Justice shall preside at an election of the Speaker. Therefore, we shall have a Chief Justice presiding over the elections of your Speaker and your Deputy Speaker. A person being proposed as a candidate to the office of Speaker shall give his or her consent to the nomination. Subject to Rule 11 of these rules, the election of the Speaker shall be by secret ballot. However, due to time, we are going to amend this rule to have the elections of Speaker and Deputy Speaker by show of hands. At an election of the Speaker, a person presiding shall invite nominations from members of Parliament present. A member making a nomination shall move a motion that a particular name or person do take the chair of this Parliament as Speaker and shall give a brief statement of the background and qualifications of the nominee. For the people making the nominations, you shall be guided by these rules. So if you don't have the rules, kindly contact one of us to help you, show you how to make that nomination. And the nomination shall be seconded by one of the members of Parliament. And if only one person is nominated, he or she shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair. Where more than one person is nominated, the House shall proceed and elect the Speaker. Where nominations have been received, a person presiding shall announce that the ballot will now be taken. Voting shall be in the following manner. The clerk shall ascertain the number of members present. Before voting commences, the person presiding shall cause to be produced one ballot box, but this shall be not done since we are doing by show of hands. Rule 14C shall also not apply since we are doing voting by show of hands. Yes, then Rule 14F, after all members who wish to vote have voted, a person presiding shall, in the full view of members present, cause the clerk to immediately count the hands that have been put up, and at the completion of counting, the person presiding shall announce the results of the voting, specifically the total number of hands that have been put up, the total number of members who have abstained from voting, the total number of both who did not, for those who did not vote, and the number of votes obtained by each nominee. Where 2 or more persons are nominated for the office of the Speaker, a person who receives the majority of the votes of all the members present and voting shall be declared Speaker. And if no person receives that majority, a second election shall be held between the 2 persons who obtain the highest number of votes. Where at any ballot between 2 nominees the votes are equal, another ballot shall be held. And where a second election has to be held under paragraph H, and 2 or more persons receive equal votes in the second position, there shall be a ballot to determine the persons to stand in that second election, and this shall be repeated where there are ties until one person can be identified. The person elected Speaker shall be conducted to the chair. As soon as possible after the elections of the Speaker and before assuming duties of the office of the Speaker, the person elected shall, in a manner prescribed by the law, take and subscribe to the oath of the Speaker specified in the 4th schedule to the Constitution as required by Article 82(10) of the Constitution. And these rules that apply to the elections of the Speaker will equally apply to the elections of the Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
If you're here, please, you don't need to be in the Zoom meeting. Please. Please. Your phone is you're going to interrupt the connection and the signal, and people on Zoom won't be able to hear. Please, log out of the Zoom meeting. And then if you're tweeting, the hashtag is #YouthParliamentUG. You can tag Faraja Africa Foundation and Parliament of Uganda.
Okay, we have now been briefed on the official protocol as per the rules of procedure of Parliament. Thank you very much for taking us through that, Claire. Now we are waiting for the Chief Justice, who is going to oversee the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. As it is, traditionally we all followed the swearing in, the very first session of this 11th Parliament, how it proceeded. The Chief Justice took over the process of swearing, of the election of the Speaker of Parliament, as well as the swearing in, and thereafter the Speaker came and took the chair and officiated over the swearing in of the Deputy Speaker. However, this time around, it's going to be done
recording in progress
at once, because we want to save as much time as we can. So the Chief Justice will oversee the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. I would just like to remind all of you, honorable delegates, that whenever you rise to speak to anything that you're going to put on the record of the on the microphone, please mention both of your names, given and surname, so that it is adequately captured in the Hansard of the day, so that for the record, future reference purposes, your names are well spelled out and articulated. So in a jiffy, we shall begin the process, and we are optimistic that it will sail smoothly without any encumbrances, and thereafter we shall await the official start that shall include the national anthems, the singing of the national anthems, and thereafter we shall have prayers to open the session, and then in the presence of the Speaker of Parliament and other dignitaries who will be present, we shall have the swearing in, an official swearing in of you, honorable delegates, and thereafter we shall have the swearing in of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and thereafter we shall start the official session with a few speeches, and thereafter the Speaker of the House will take the chair and will begin the work. As I mentioned earlier, the gentlemen whom you're seeing in white are the official doorkeepers of Parliament. So in case you need any message to be passed around, please do not, keep whispering or calling on someone, because we need utmost silence as much as possible when the house is going on. So if you have any message, just write a sheet and to whom it is addressed, and then you call on the doorkeepers. They'll always be at the different entrance doors. Then they can come to you, they get the message from you, and you tell them to whom. You can point to the person whom you'd want it directed, and they'll deliver the message for you in a bid to keep order. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, let us kindly desist from using that main door. It's going to be utilized for the speaker's procession. So in case anyone is coming in or out, please use the exit doors at the side. Do not use the front doors. Hopefully for those probably who are outside the chambers but in the lobby, in case you might be hearing, please do not use the main doors to access the house, the chambers. Please use the side exit doors. Thank you.
Honorable members, His Lordship the Chief Justice.
Good morning, honorable members. I would like to bring your attention to Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament that requires that before the conduct of any business, there is supposed to be an election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament. I take this opportunity to congratulate you all upon your successful election as members of the National Youth Parliament. And be it that I am not a member of this Honorable House, my duty is simple: to preside over the election. We are going to use a very simple and straightforward procedure. We'll receive nominations, and I might have to remind you that those who have been elected as president or vice president or prime minister or leaders of the different parties, you may have, as per the rules of procedure of your National Youth Parliament, exempt yourself from the contest and allow those who are not yet appointed. I am therefore going to officially open up for nominations and inquiry.
Thank you so much. My name is Alan Abenawe Bwevare. I am an honorable member from the western region of this country. I am inquiring about the mode of the election. As per the specifications we got, we are told that we are going to vote by show of hands. but Right Honorable, I am quite inquisitive about show of hands as a mode that we're going to use for election and its implication on the relation of the honorable members that we do have here. I therefore propose that if it is tried, you find it meaningful that we can adopt another strategy of election, which is secret ballot.
Honourable Member, I sympathize with your sentiment on that issue, but as you are aware, we have members who are following proceedings online, and they may want to vote, and they will have to vote by show of hands as well, online, and therefore I think that would not be the best approach. Well, that's what is envisaged in the Constitution, in a typical parliament, in a real parliament, for the sake of our parliament, and in the interest of time, we would want to use an approach that is that can work for everybody. Those who are here, those who are online can participate as well. Is there any objection? Well, thank you. Given that there are no objections, I would like now to open the floor for nominations. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for this opportunity. My name is Lubega Vincent Nsamba, epitomizing the youth from Entebbe. My verity as to why I'm standing at your viewpoint is to recommend a selfless, thoughtful, tested and proved to be reliable, irresistible due to the way he dissects issues, and he has exuded such virtues in abundance. Exemplary gratitude.
Honourable Member, before you speak to your nomination, you would have to nominate a name, and the nominee must accept the nomination. So before you move to speak to the nomination, just give us the proposed name and let the person accept the nomination. Then you can speak for him.
Okay. I'm nominating Ezra Ambasize Rashande for the speakership race, 4th National Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Honourable Member, do you accept the nomination? Where is the Honourable Member nominated? Yes, please.
Yes, I do accept the nomination.
Nomination seconded.
I respect the sitting. I am a dirty favorite representing the youth from Arua City. I stand to second the nomination of Ezra Ambasize Rashande.
Thank you. Any other nomination? Yes, Honourable Member, and will you kindly tell us your name each time you get up to speak for... Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable. My name is Gidud Yusuf, and I'm a representative from Mbale City. I stand here to nominate Olupot Calvin as our 4th Parliament Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Olupot, do you accept the nomination? Okay. Is the nomination seconded?
Thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Muunge, Honourable Member from Eastern Uganda. I do second the nomination of Honourable Olupot Calvin.
Thank you. Any other? I therefore take note that, yes, Honourable?
Good morning, honorable members. My name is David Mujema, Speaker, Central Youth Parliamentary Forum. I nominate Honorable Howard I beg your pardon. I nominate Honorable Howard Mwesigwa for the position of Speaker in this House. I thank you.
Is the honorable member in the House?
My Lord, I am. Good morning, my Lord and honorable colleagues. Yes, I do accept the nomination, my Lord. Much obliged.
Is the nomination seconded? Yes.
My name is Akelongo Priska, and I second the nomination of Honorable Howard Mwesigwe as the Speaker of the 4th Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, we have 3 nominees contesting for the position of Speaker, the Youth Parliament. Will you please prepare to give us a 3-minute campaign speech, after which we will proceed with the vote. Is it related to nominations? Because I have closed nominations.
Yes, my Lord. And the protocol observed. Good morning. I would suggest to close the nomination, and I move a motion that the nomination be closed.
Honorable members, there is a motion on the floor that nominations be closed. Yes, honorable member?
Thank you, my Lord. My name is Gidudu Yusuf, and I do second the nominations be closed.
Honorable members, this is not a motion that we should take our time debating. I'll put the question that the nominations now be closed. Will those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no? Aye. Motion taken. Congratulations, Honorable Ezra Ambasize, Honorable Olupot Calvin, and Honorable Howard Mwesigwa, upon your nominations for the contest of the position of the Speaker of the first sitting of the 4th meeting of the National Youth Parliament of Uganda. I take this opportunity to invite you to come and make your brief remarks. You'll be given 3 minutes each, starting with the Honorable Ezra Ambasize Rwashande. Please talk to your voters.
Good morning, Uganda. My name is Ambasize Ezra Rwashande. I'm contesting for National Youth Parliament Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable National Speaker, Jacob Olanya, and his deputy, Anita Among, Chief Justice, delegates from European Union, delegates from Faraja, Africa Foundation, delegates from Action Aid, government representatives, honorable members in this House, and others that are attending online. I respect you. My theory of leadership is to the effect that prominent leader is one who truly understands the biggest challenges that affect his or her constituents. Having traversed the regions of our great and mighty country, Uganda, and coming from a position of a young leader who has truly conceptualized the challenges affecting young people, the vigor to solve those challenges is what has inspired me, Ambassador Ezra Rwashande, to offer myself as a vessel of service in order to steer the 4th National Youth Parliament forward. There are basically 4 major reasons why you should trust me with your mandate for me to represent you all, distinguished delegates, as your Speaker of the 4th National Youth Parliament. One is unmatched experience. I have had an opportunity to serve as a young person in different capacities. I served as a Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda Christian University Guild. I served as Vice Guild President of Uganda Christian University. I served as Uganda National Students Association delegate representing Mbara District. I'm apparently serving as a
Honorable Member, your time is over, so I'm adding for you 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. All these past positions of leadership point to my unmatched experience and exposure as a young leader who can sustainably steer the 4th National Youth Parliament. Second is frequency of the National Youth Parliament. The National Youth Parliament is one of the few venues, platforms that we do have as young people, where we can converge and able to express our challenges and hiccups so as to find the lasting solution of those challenges. The National Youth Parliament does sit once a year, which is such a long time and so detrimental to young people. Working with the National Youth Council under the able leadership of Jacob Ehero and partner organization, once given the mandate, I will work towards increasing the number of times that this parliament sits for effective and efficient service delivery. 3, fostering inclusion in National Youth Parliament. For a fact, we have had female participation in National Youth Parliaments, but to me, this female participation and representation is sufficient but not adequate. Therefore, I pledge that once given the mandate as a Speaker of 4th National Youth Parliament, I will work towards inclusion of more females and other marginalized youth groups in National Youth Parliament projects and programs. Conclusively, we need to all remember that execution of the youth agenda requires young people as the primary drivers, since we are the first beneficiaries. I believe the National Youth Parliament is a step in the right direction, which requires an impartial, tried and tested speaker like me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful speech. May we have the speech from the Honorable Olupot Calvin. You will have a warning at the 3rd minute, and like I did with your colleague, you will be added 1 more minute at the end of your 3rd minute. So make the best use of the time, of the available time.
Thank you very much, my Lord, the Chief Justice, dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen, those joining us physical and those virtually. My name is Olupot Calvin, a humble young soul from Eastern Uganda. Today marks history back in my village, being the only member within my society to reach Parliament of Uganda, to reach a higher institution of learning. So people back in Busia today, celebrations are up that their son is actually moving history. As a young man, I carry a vision to be part of a generation that seeks to leave this world a better place than we have found it. As I was walking, thank you very much. As I was walking down, I was guided by the words of the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, just shortly after being sworn in. His words to the 11th Parliament were that, let us sharpen our voices rather than let us sharpen our arguments rather than the voices we make. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly implore you to join Calvin Olupot to serve the 4th National Youth Parliament. I carry with me a number of ideas and proposals that I believe collectively, if we come together, we shall be able to achieve significant strides in trying to ensure that the youth voice is actually put out there. Reason number one is my experience as a speaker. I currently serve as a guild speaker at Uganda Christian University. The adage that states that leadership is actually divine is true. Being speaker comes with an obligation to balance two divergent views coming from different members and being able to hit a resolution. From a simple and humble scale as a guild, we have been able to make strides, like even having reductions in our own allowances. Ladies and gentlemen, this speaks volumes to the lessons that I've been able to learn. And I believe such skills once impacted in me, and a platform like the National Youth Parliament is actually a great propelling factor to push the Ugandan voice out there. Secondly, the other is the vibrancy of this particular parliament. You cannot tell me that the youth voices or concerns affecting the youth only happen annually. Things go on 360 a year. We ought to have more frequencies in terms of our sittings. Let the voices of the young people be heard there. We have a number of policies being passed on this floor, yet we actually constitute 70%, and we are the greatest recipients of these particular policies. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can have our voice out there as more often as possible, we are guaranteed that the future of this nation, we are guaranteed that the stewards of this country are going to be actually involved and will take an active part and role in ensuring that the youth voice is actually cemented out there. Secondly, the other is that I stand as a steward of integrity, passion, and dedication to whatever I put my hands on. Serving as speaker comes with a great role of trying to shepherd the flock in the house, to ensure that you keep the house with a tight grip. And I believe as Calvin Olupot, I carry that ability, I discharge that function. Thank you very much. I would have had a lot to say on and again, but I believe my journey, I believe the presentation I've made right now looks like an empty glass that is actually not filled. The other part that is left is your collective effort with Calvin Olupot to fill this particular glass and ensure that the youth voice in Uganda and ensure that our participation in national policy is going to be achieved. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, those joining us physical and those joining us virtually, vest your trust and confidence.
Thank you, Honorable Howard, Honorable Olupot Calvin. I therefore at this stage would like to call upon our last contestant, the Honorable Howard Mwesigwa, to address the House. Honorable Mwesigwa.
All right, my Lord, the Chief Justice, distinguished guests, honorable colleagues joining us physically and virtually. My name is Howard Mwesigwa, and I seek to be your speaker this morning. Why do I want to be your speaker? Three fundamental considerations. The first is the unwavering experience. I've served the young people of this nation from the grassroots level to the national level, to the regional level, to the international level. Ladies and gentlemen, right now I serve in two fundamental portfolios. The first, I serve as the SDG Global Youth Ambassador for Uganda, and we shall be having a Unite 2030 Summit at the end of this month, and I'm inviting you all in advance. Secondly, I serve as the Programs and Campaigns Manager at the Youth Arts Movement Uganda, where we bring young people on board to discuss fundamental considerations of political inclusion, of socio-economic empowerment, and what fundamental role the youth can play in bridging the digital and the gender divide in our societies. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the question of experience, I've served as part of the Guild Representative Council of Makerere University, and I've also served as a Director of Debate at Makerere Debating Union, which is arguably one of the most resounding and most active debating unions in the region. But I've also been a member of this parliament last year. I was also a member of the Vijana Assembly, which usually sits in Arusha, but we were glad to host it last year again. And I'm also a member of the Young African Leadership Institute, which is based in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a member of the Afro-African Youth Parliament, which really sits in Cairo, Egypt, and I've made allusion to the youth affairs, the youth issues, and across the board I've realized that there are two things that youth look out for in every policy. The first is socio-economic empowerment, and the second is political inclusion. And across the divide, I've realized one thing, that the young people, we are not voiceless. We have a voice. Now, that voice must be amplified, it must be articulate, and it must be assertive. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what I bring to the table. That's what I bring to the table. With that experience is what I'm bringing to the table. But secondly, on the question of impartiality, because as a speaker, you need to be as impartial as possible. And I've followed the regional plenaries. I've engaged all the speakers, my colleague Ezra here, my colleague Daniel in the north, my colleague Opio, and Honorable Shubra, and Honorable David here from the central. I've engaged all of them. And I've said, we need to coalesce. We need to pull together. Our agenda is the same. Honorable Speaker, a minute. Much obliged, my lord. So again, though our fronts be different, our struggle is the same, to see a better Uganda for the youth included. But how do we get included? We need to come together and have one common voice. One common goal is what we hold, and we must coalesce and synchronize our synergies. Ladies and gentlemen, Howard Mwesigwa for your speaker. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful set of speeches. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, for us to move on with the voting. Like I had said before, we'll vote by show of hands, and those who are online will vote by way of a poll, which is being facilitated by those managing our online Zoom system. So, will the honorable members who have delivered their speeches excuse themselves so that we don't have anybody voting with the fear? You simply excuse yourself, and thank you very much. We'll vote row by row. But I think the number is not so much. We'll just vote at once. Not so? Yep. Let's start with those who are in favor of the Honorable Ezra Ambusisi. May you please raise up your hands to be counted. Those in favor of Ezra.
Yes, my Lord Chief Justice, I'm concerned on the modalities in which we are going to raise our hands, because there might be cases of repetitions for people, because like when we say row by row, how will it be recorded, sir? Thank you. I request you guide us accordingly.
Okay, in that case, we'll vote row by row, starting with the back row. Those who will vote for the Honorable Ezra Ambusisi, I'll also request you to stand up. For those who are in support of the Honorable Ezra, may you please stand up. Those who are on the first row, the last row, I mean, just stand up. I'm talking about the last row only. And those who are voting for Ezra Ambusisi, please, you'll vote only once. I don't expect you to vote again. I know thank you, you may take your seats. Those who are in favor of Ezra Ambusisi on the second last row. Yep, that has been noted. The middle row, those in favor of the Honorable Ezra. That is done. On this, the fourth row, may I call it the second row from the front, in favor of Ezra. That has been noted. On the first row, Are there any voters on the first row? Any members of the Youth Parliament? No. The middle row, those who are in favor of Ezra, may you please. I take it that they are not voters. May I come to my left, starting from the last row, those in favor of the Honorable Ezra, please. The second last row, those in favor of Honorable Ezra. The second last row, not yet yours. The third row, those in favor of Ezra. That has been taken note of. The second row from the front, those in favor of the Honorable Ezra. Thank you very much. The front row, are there any voters? Those in favor of Ezra? Thank you very much. We move to the Honorable Olupot Calvin. Will those in favor of the Honorable Olupot Calvin stand up, starting with the last row on my right? Remember, you are entitled to vote only once. Thank you. The second last row, those in favor of the Honorable Olupot Calvin. Thank you. The middle row, in favor of Honorable Olupot Calvin. Thank you. The second last row, in favor of Honorable Olupot Calvin. Thank you. Let me get to my left, the last row, those in favor of Honorable Olupot Calvin. That has been noted. Second last row, in favor of Honorable Olupot Calvin. Has that been taken note of? Thank you. The middle row, in favor of Honorable Olupot Calvin. Taken note of. Thank you very much. The second row from the front, in favor of Honorable Olupot. That has been taken note of. The front row, and those in the middle, in favor of Honorable Olupot Calvin. Thank you very much. I know everybody who was meant to vote for the second candidate has done so. We are moving to the third and our final candidate, the Honorable Howard Mwesigwa. May I have those who are in favor of the Honorable Howard from my right? On my right, the last row, Honorable Howard Mwesigwa. No, you have taken note. The honorable members on the second last row, in favor of Honorable Howard. Thank you very much. May I have those on the middle row take their votes? Howard Mwesigwa. Thank you very much. The second row here, those in favor of Howard. Thank you. The members in the middle, anyone in favor of Honorable Howard? I'll take the votes from my left, starting from the back row. Those in favor of Honorable Howard, please, may you. Thank you. Those on the second last row, in favor of Howard. Those in the middle row, in favor of Howard. Thank you. Those on the second row from the front, in favor of Howard. Thank you. Those on the front row, in favor of Howard. Thank you. So, is there anyone who did not vote for one reason or the other? Yes, honorable member. I didn't mention your row. My sincere apologies. I was told that the front row is made of non-voters, so you may take your vote. If you are voting for Honorable Hezra, Honorable Howard, okay. Thank you. Your vote has been taken. So, we have 3 minutes for the tallying, and I should be able to announce the results. Before that, though, as the tallying here takes place, I also know that there are those who are following us online. We have not forgotten you. We are aware that we have 412 members of this Honorable Parliament online. Please, each one of you should vote only once. Your votes cast will be showed on the screen. And as you may see, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the votes are displayed on the screen, as you may see. I hope that those who are tallying will take into consideration the votes on the screen. Unfortunately, I see, Honorable Mwesigwa Howard has numbers displayed on the screen. I hope the clerks will take those figures and add them to what they have in the House. I declare the votes closed. No more voting, both online and in the House. May I have the numbers? Give the returning officer 1 minute to do so. I will also announce that our contestants may come back to the House. Honorable members, I have the results for the elections that we have just concluded. The Honorable Hezra Mbisize obtained 120 votes. The Honorable Olopot Calvin obtained 103 votes. And the Honorable Howard Mwesigwa obtained 113 votes. The candidate with the highest votes is Honorable Mbisize Ezra. I therefore declare that the Honorable Speaker for the first sitting of the 4th meeting of the National Youth Parliament is Honorable Ezra Mbisize. I congratulate you, Honorable Member. and thank you for taking the challenge of providing leadership to this House. I would like to take note of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, specifically Article 82, Clause 10, which provides that the Speaker and Deputy Speaker shall each, before assuming the duties of office, take and subscribe the oath of Speaker or Deputy Speaker specified in the fourth schedule to this Constitution, and I will therefore require you to take an oath. But before that, I'll proceed and seek nominations so that we don't repeat this process. Seek nominations for the Deputy Speaker as well. In the interest of time, let's proceed and elect the Deputy Speaker as well before we go into these other formalities. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Your Lord Worship. My name is Chisubi Dennis. I nominate Namutebi Ruth Elizabeth for Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Ruth, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Seconded. I have seen some members raising their hands in secondment, and there seems to be another nomination, Honourable Member.
Thank you, my Lord. My name is Opio Francis from Eastern Uganda.
You'll have to raise your voice, sir.
My name is Opio Francis from Eastern Uganda. I do nominate Asena Halima for Deputy Speakership.
Honourable Member, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you very much, my Lord. I do consent.
Secondment. Is it seconded?
Yes.
I don't have anyone seconding that nomination.
My name is Ahmed Muonge. I do second.
The second nominee, will you repeat your name again?
Thank you very much, my Lord. My name is Asina Halima, and I'm from the Eastern Uganda, the beautiful land. Thank you so much. Please vote for me before they even give me that.
Honourable Member, you have an issue? 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I would like to raise an inquiry, and I know we have already closed the voting, but this inquiry needs to be raised now because there is an issue that has been noticed in the online voting. We have evidence here of a user with the same name appearing 7 times. So, I would like to raise this to the floor and question the validity of today's vote.
Honourable members, I am I'm going to take 3 minutes because I have separate votes, results for both online and physical voting. So I'll take 3 minutes. Well, we have seen that we can trust each other. Yes, Honourable Member?
Thank you so much, Your Lord Worship. I would love to inquire if it is very in order for a move of motion to be at the same time a nominee for the deputy speakership race. I am a Hebrew.
Honorable members, our rules is not explicit on that matter. It neither prohibits it nor provides for it. So in that case, I'll take it that it is acceptable. That a nominee can also nominate someone else. Before I move to the voting, I don't know whether our online people can make us understand the validity of the online voting so that we take a decision on that matter. Okay, as we wait, let me say we have established enough trust. We don't have to go through the hectic procedure. We'll move side to side in the middle and we'll all vote at once. Those on this side will vote at once and those on this side will vote at once. Okay? So, may those on my right, in favor of the Honorable Namotebi Ruth Elizabeth, please stand up to be counted.
Your Worship.
Oh, you want to have 1 minute to say something small? Okay. So let's start with Honorable Namotebi Ruth. You could actually use the microphone nearest to you and just speak to the members. 2 minutes, honorable members.
The Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, and the House at large. My name is Ruth Namotebi Elizabeth. I am an architect by profession. I am also the founder of Daria Kaitesi Space, NGO, as well. As a peer educator who is living with HIV and was also born HIV, I highly advocate for girls out there who are sexually harassed, who are living with disabilities, who are suffering with teenage pregnancies. As a peer educator who has HIV, and I have lived with HIV for the past 29 years, I know what it means to not have a voice. So I stand here to ask for your vote, because with my 2 years of experience, working with girls living with HIV, adults living with HIV, and as a person living with HIV, I honestly do understand what it means to not have a voice in a space like this. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Namotebi. May we have Honorable Asena Halima make a short speech in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, my Lord. Good morning, everyone. My name is Asina Halima, and I'm from the Eastern Uganda, that is Mbale City. Members of the August House, many things have been said, but if you come here and really praise everything that you cannot do, but me, I portray what I do. I'm a motivator. I motivate the young girls, not only the young, but the old, everyone. So please, I'm not going to speak much about myself, but I request for your mandate. Please support me. I can really manage. Thank you so much.
Honorable member for the short speech, may we have Honorable Naiga Doreen deliver a speech in 2 minutes, like the rest.
Much obliged, my Lord. My name is Nega Doreen. I'm the Vice President of the International Justice Mission, Uganda Christian University. I'm a 2020 Ambassador of Uganda at Africa Rebirth, where we raise African voices on a global platform. In addition, I'm the Public Relations Officer at Usani Village Usani village located in Mukono, where we put up activating a platform for the girls, especially in Kasese, where we have been making and we have been providing reusable sanitary pads to the girls. In addition, I'm also the director for fundraising at the Model Peace Forum. And in this way, I'm trying to raise voices for the youth in various sectors of the economy. And in this together, I'm a member of the Africa Youth Leadership Forum. And on this platform, I wish to provide a platform for all the youth around Uganda to be able to air out our voices, because we are the leaders of tomorrow, and tomorrow is not tomorrow. We are in the tomorrow. And it's time for us, we as the young people, to come and raise our voices. And therefore, on this platform, I want to bring together the various youth from different parts of the country to raise our voices. Thank you very much. Much obliged, my Lord.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now move to the voting. I'll request the candidates to walk out and give us 3 minutes to do this. In the meantime, without any report from the IT expert on the online voting, in the meantime, for this particular case, thank you. I've got confirmation that the vote by it can allow people to log in more than once, because sometimes you log in and the system will push you out because of network. So someone will have to log in again and again and again to be online. But the voting will not happen more than once, because every individual voter has a unique identifier that will not allow them to vote twice. But when they're pushed out, they will have to be brought back online to participate. So we'll proceed with the online voting as well. I will also declare that the earlier votes declared for the position of the Speaker is valid and not subject to any online fraud. I will therefore request those on my right who support the Honorable Namotebi Ruth Elizabeth to stand up for their votes to be counted. Those on my right, please. You will stand up from all the rows. You don't now need to stand to be counted row by row. On my right. Thank you. Will I request those on my... Have you taken note or you want to repeat? Okay. May I request those on my left, in support of the Honorable Namotebi Ruth Elizabeth, to stand up and be counted? Thank you. May I request those in the middle in favor of the Honorable the Honorable Namotebi Ruth Elizabeth to stand up and be counted? Is there anyone who has not voted? Is it that you do not understand the rules? Okay, let me just... Okay, I've been informed that you took it for granted that you'll vote row by row. But let me repeat again. This time round, we have established a high level of trust for each other. We know that you will not vote twice again. So we'll take your votes at once, the same way those on the left voted, okay? So may I now request you once again, those of you on my right, in favor of the Honorable Namotebi Ruth, to stand up and be counted right now. Thank you. I'll move to the second candidate, the Honorable Asea Halima. Will those on my right in favor of Honorable Asea stand up and be counted? Halima, Asea. Thank you. You may take your seats. May we have those on my left in favor of Honorable Asena Halima stand up and be counted? Thank you very much. You may take your seats, and will I have those independent members in the middle in favor of Honorable Asena Halima stand up and be counted?
Recording stopped.
Thank you. We move to our third candidate, the Honorable Naiga Doreen. Will those on my right in favor of the Honorable Naiga Doreen please stand up and be counted? Thank you. Will those on my left in favor of the Honorable Naiga Doreen stand up and be counted? Thank you. Will those independent members in the middle in favor of the Honorable Naiga Doreen stand up and be counted? Thank you. I am aware that we have very important voters following online. We take your votes very seriously, and I hope that our IT experts will soon display their votes. I know they were voting as we took the votes in the House as well, and there they come. Thank you very much, honorable members following online. You are as important as all of us in here, and your votes will count. I now declare the voting closed and ask those tallying to proceed and count the vote. Thank you. Let the voting be concluded first, and honorable members, you only speak when you are allowed to do so. Thank you. Honorable member, did you have an inquiry?
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. My name is Collins Mbulachalo, and I am here in the capacity of a co-founder of a startup called WAPI. I would like to raise an inquiry on the closure of the online votes. We had only 20 out of the 175 voters casted at the time of closure. I would like to request that we please extend it to cover, at the very least, 30% or 50% of the online representatives. Thank you.
Honorable members, voting online does not require people to stand up. It is a click away. They had a lot of time to do that. I will not allow for any extension. Thank you.
Your Highness.
Honorable member, the other side. May you please take your seat? We speak one person at a time. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, CJ. Is it in order for the voting to be closed when the members who are supposed to vote have not voted?
Honorable members, I think that was done. May I listen to you? This is the last, yes?
Yeah, I'm by the names of Obedgiu Samuel, I would like to call upon my fellow honorable to appreciate the fact that everybody knew, every honorable knew the time for voting as stipulated on the order paper. So I would like to propose or push for a motion for closure of voting and swearing in the elected leaders so that we proceed.
Honorable members, I had already ruled on that matter. I'll proceed to announce the results. The Honorable Namotebi Ruth, contestant for position of Speaker, I hope they are back in the House. May they be allowed back into the chambers? Thank you. The Honorable Namotebi Ruth, contestant number 1 for the position of Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, is a candidate who obtained 30 votes. The Honorable Asea Halima, the second contestant, obtained 31 votes, and the Honorable Doreen Naiga obtained 21 votes. I therefore declare the Honorable Asena Halima as our Deputy Speaker for the 4th meeting of the National Youth Parliament. Congratulations, members. May I now take this opportunity to invite the Right Honorable Speaker to come and take his oath of Speaker as required under Article 82 of the Constitution. Muslim? I'm a Christian. You will have the Bible on your right.
I can sit for you.
You can sit, it is this one.
This one. I, Ezra Ambasize Rwashande, swear in the name of the Almighty God, solemnly affirm that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, and that I will support the motto and uphold the Constitution of Uganda as by law established. So help me God.
May we have the Honorable Asena Halima come and take the oath of Deputy Speaker? Christian, Muslims. You can follow after me, or you can read it.
I can follow after you.
Your name,
Let me take them.
start. Hi, your name.
I, Asina Halima, swear in the name of the Almighty Allah
That I will
that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of serve the National Youth Parliament
in the office of Deputy Speaker,
in the office of the Deputy Speaker,
and that I will support
and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me Allah. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, by our rules of procedures, the work of the Chief Justice ends at this point, upon which The Right Honorable Speaker, after taking the oath, is supposed to take his seat. I am therefore suspending the House for 5 minutes to allow for the Right Honorable Speaker go out, get dressed appropriately, and come in with the Speaker's procession and take over the responsibility of the Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. House suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you. So we'll expect the honorable members to remain in. The suspension is just for the Speaker and Deputy Speaker to go dress up. We'll come back with the rest of the dignitaries who are supposed to be part of this morning session. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Can we test the anthem again, quickly? Please reduce. Okay. Increase a bit. Okay, there. Okay. Hello. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay for now.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members, for a successful session of electing the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament. I'd like to welcome you once again to Parliament and congratulations to the honorable members who have taken up the mantle of steering the House for the day. As the House is suspended, as has been done by the presiding Chief Justice of the National Youth Parliament, we are waiting for the arrival of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, as well as the arrival of the Clerk to Parliament and the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, who is the Right Honourable Jacob Olanya. They'll be making their way into the chambers through the main entrance, and as usual, as we did at the beginning, we shall rise and we shall remain on our feet so that we have the national anthems being sung. Thereafter, we shall have the prayers to open the day's session, and thereafter, the Speaker will take charge of the House to take us through the rest of the program. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, honorable members of parliament, thank you very much. Please let us keep an orderly fashion of doing business. The right honorable speaker is making his way to the chambers in a very short while. So I'd like to request all of us to take our seats in the order that we have been, so that when the procession gets in, we are all orderly, shall stand. Then after they have come to the front, we shall remain standing. The anthems will be played to officially start today's session, and then the speaker will take charge of the speaker's chair, and will now start driving us through the day's program before the actual house sitting begins. So I'd like to request all of us to kindly take our seats and remain orderly so that we can start. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
The theme of the International Youth Day, transforming.
As we await the arrival of the Speaker, Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament, and the Right Honourable Speaker of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, I'd like to request anyone who has a bottle of mineral water or any sorts of anything to drink, it should not be in the house. So if you have it, let's find a central place to put it so that they are exited before the procession makes their way to the house. Thank you.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important tasks in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 5 on the order paper, official opening of the National Youth Parliament. Brief remarks.
Members. Good afternoon, honorable members. It's today the 17th September 2021, the first sitting of the fourth meeting of the National Youth Parliament of Uganda. I take the opportunity to thank honorable members in this House for entrusting me with the mandate to be your Speaker of this National Youth Parliament. In the interest of time, we shall follow the order paper by welcoming the Clerk to Parliament, Honorable Adolf Mwesu. To give some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Members of Parliament attending this ceremony, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Chairperson of the National Youth Council, the Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs, the civil society community, honorable members of the Youth Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you to this institution of Parliament and to this wonderful occasion. I take this opportunity to thank you for honoring our invitation, the invitation of the Right Honorable Speaker, and take part in the deliberations of the fourth National Youth Parliament. We thank all the organizations that have funded the various activities that have made today's function a reality. Today's function has been a final culmination of what started out as regional parliaments in all the regions of Uganda. We would like to appreciate your contributions, which have contributed to today's order paper. The National Youth Parliament is preparing you, the youth of Uganda, for better prospects in your lives, more especially as future leaders of this country. It will help you make new friends from across the country and subsequently help you to open new horizons. The Parliament of Uganda, headed by the Right Honorable Speaker, is very committed towards enabling you achieve your desires through our public affairs programs, where we shall keep interacting with you in various districts of Uganda. Once again, you are most welcome, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, the Clerk to Parliament. We shall welcome the Faraja Africa Foundation to give their remarks, and it will be strictly 3 minutes for their remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the youth speaker as well. Dignitaries present, honorable members of Parliament, protocol observed. I would like to first and foremost thank Parliament through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for always giving us a warm welcome for young people to come here. Right in front of you, you have a collection of different young people in leadership, from the National Youth Council, from the local government, political party representation, civil society, young entrepreneurs, student leaders, and so on. And most importantly, I would love to say that the Youth Parliament is an invented space that we treasure, and we are thankful to be able to bring our matters direct to the home of legislation. One of the things that we have to ask and request humbly through the August House here is that the issues that young people are discussing here do not just remain as issues of discussion, but rather we humbly request that they make it to the floor of Parliament and taken in as concerns that young people are faced. Right Honorable Speaker and the August House, it couldn't have happened if we didn't put together hands as partners on top of Parliament. Would like to recognize and thank our funders, that is the European Union. They've been with us since the beginning. Action Aid Uganda, they have been our funders and supported us fully. But most importantly, also like to mention our other partners whom we have worked with to actually mobilize and bring the young people. That is Global Platforms, Uganda, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, the Rose Namayanja Foundation, the Center for Policy Analysis, Advance Africa, the National Youth Council, Restless Development, Open Space, the Inter-Party Youth Platform, which brings together young people from different political parties, youth leagues, the Uganda National Students Association, West Nile Youth Empowerment Center, Vision Actors International, Africa Youth Federation, and the Kabarore Research Resource Center, among others. I would like to...
Thank you. Can you proceed?
I'd like to just, within a few remarks, just say that as young people, we would love to use this space, not just for now, but even after in consulting with the committees. Thank you so much, and I wish you successful deliberations.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Emma Wabwire Faraja. We move to hear from Action Aid Uganda. You're most welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Before you proceed, I would like to first inform you that we shall have 3 minutes for your remarks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the National Youth Parliament. My name is Xavier Ejoy. I acknowledge the presence of all other protocols represented in this House. I am glad to be part of this session today. I work with Action Aid Uganda as the country director. I am privileged to work with young people as an organization to provide a platform for young people to participate, not just in the National Youth Parliament, but also in the different socio-economic and other political affairs in the Republic of Uganda that young people engage in. I want to start by just saying that I'm grateful to the leadership of the Republic of the Parliament of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Olanya. We appreciate your leadership and all the staff of this Parliament that have opened up and provided space for young people to participate in debate in this institution. As Action Aid, we believe that young people are the center of this nation. It has been variously noted that demographically, they represent the overwhelming majority of this nation. And I want to add that their participation in the socio-economic and the political discourse is not just a matter of priority, but actually necessity for the transformation of this country. Their resilience in championing leadership at the community level, at the national level, on issues of livelihood, of skills development, and more importantly for our cause today, of civic participation, remains central in the destiny of this nation. In the recent past, COVID-19 has disrupted young people's full participation. We know that with schools closed, there have been unjustifiably high levels of violence against young people, disruption in livelihoods, unemployment. But these young people you see in the room here and others following online have remained resilient, and we hope that in this debate here, we will see that resilience manifest, and we support that. I want to end by thanking the leadership of this Parliament for providing space for young people to access this public institution. Right Honorable Speaker, we believe that the young people you see represented here and thousands following online and on television across this country will be inspired by this august house, and they will hopefully be challenged to take up leadership and participate in the political discourse of this nation. As Action Aid, we are proud to be associated with this initiative, and as my only challenge to the young people is that this is an opportunity of a lifetime, and we pray that you'll continue to take this in asserting your leadership role in this nation. Hopefully, someday, one of you will be elected into this Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Action Aid Uganda. We are doing this in interest of time, so you will pardon me because of the time I'm providing to everyone. So we shall move to Chairperson, Uganda National Youth Council, and he's going to use strictly 3 minutes to give his remarks to the House. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to make a request of personal privilege. As the chairperson of the young people of Uganda, restricting me to strictly 3 minutes might be a very defeatist agenda for the Youth Parliament. I therefore request your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, to allow me finish the statement whenever I finish it. I thank you. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, but more particularly the Honorable Member of Parliament representing the young people of Northern Uganda, Comrade Leader Honorable Court Boniface, the heads of civil society organizations here present. I can see the Rose Namayanja Foundation, a very great friend of young people, ActionAid, great people for young people, the EU here present, partners, stakeholders that have made this possible, fellow youth of our lonely country, Uganda. I bring you greetings from the National Executive Committee of the National Youth Council and all elected youth leaders in Uganda, whose voices speak for the needs and the future of a country that works for her youth. At this juncture, I want to recognize any National Youth Council members present here to just stand up for recognition so that young people everywhere can see that some of the voices that Comrade Wawire was talking about are actually here. If you're a member of the National Youth Council, please rise up for recognition. Thank you so much. I want to start by thanking the Parliament, Honorable Speaker, for allowing the youth of Uganda have a simulation of what happens in Parliament from within the chambers of Parliament. These youths present in this assembly what will no doubt become the voices we shall look towards for leadership in this country for many years to come, and therefore, the sooner we induct them into matters of legislation, the more visionary we are as a country. As a National Youth Chairperson, I want to emphasize that today I am mainly here to listen. I am here to listen to the concerns, ideas, suggestions, and all thoughts of the honorable youth representatives from across Uganda, present both physically and virtually, to enable us as a country begin to listen to voices of our majority population. I intend to use my voice and position to amplify the key issues that will emerge from this sitting with the entire elected youth structure of our country. The National Youth Council is a statutory body that was established by an act of Parliament, and that council was established in 1993 with three major objectives. The first is to unite the young people of Uganda. The second is to engage them in matters and issues that are of benefit to them. And the third is to protect the young people from manipulation. We are working each day as the National Youth Council with government, civil society organizations, and various stakeholders to realize these objectives. This is the 6th National Youth Council under my leadership, and we intend to use this mandate to impact positive change in the lives of the youth in this country before our term elapses in 2025. The theme for this year's Youth Parliament is Youth at Crossroads, a quest for decent livelihood amidst the threat of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. It is very important that as the emerging leaders of this country, we start having conversations that are consistent with global interests and sustainable development, not just for our own selves, but for generations we shall not see. I believe this theme speaks perfectly to that need and places this youth parliament as a strategic intervention in the mental construction of our Ugandan youth. On the 12th of August, Right Honorable Speaker, which was also the International Youth Day, the President of this country, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, launched the National Youth Tree Planting Campaign, an initiative of the National Youth Council to plant 60 million trees by 2025. In 2019, if the memory of the Right Honorable Speaker will serve him well, at a meeting that was held in the conference hall here, the Right Honorable Speaker came to speak to us, and by then we had brought students from different schools, and he asked, we are cutting trees like we have planted any in this country. And he challenged young people to be voices for a change. Uganda has lost 12% of forest cover since the year 2001. Uganda's challenges are not unique to us. All around the world, forest cover is depleting at a faster rate than ever before, largely due to human activity and inaction on the part of elite society. people who speak a lot of English. The Sustainable Development Goals in Goal 11 and Goal 13 envision a world in which government actors, development partners, and all stakeholders act in unity to push back on the negative effects of our actions or inaction over the last 50 years on climate conditions.
Final remarks, sir.
The National Youth Council, Honorable Speaker, I will request your indulgence. I noticed that when I was making my request, you were being interrupted. I request that you allow me finish the statement.
I'm giving you only 2 minutes.
Thank you. I hope I'll finish then.
Okay.
The National Youth Council believes that the 9.5 million youth population in Uganda can lead the way. In achieving a better world of action against climate change, we believe our dreams should be big enough to cause physical impact, and our hope should be reflected in the actions and introduction of a paradigm shift in how we act from what we say in this country. I now invite all of you to join us in this campaign and as well be vocal about the dangers of climate change in your various communities, because just like many small farmers made us the agricultural country we are, many youth tree planters will make us the green generation we need as a world. In my speech on the International Youth Day, I informed the President about the various emerging challenges by the youth in this country due to the pandemic. I am happy to note that the President agreed to aid in most proposed solutions to most of them. Among the key solutions was one, Mr. Speaker, the agreed position to fund a graduate startup fund for those youth that finish university but can't find jobs in our economy. We think that the challenge of unemployment is not solved by job seeking. We think if government can aid young people with ideas, with more funds, educated, able to research and find out market situations, then government will be acting in favor of young people. As I now begin to wind up, because my speech cannot be read within the time the Honorable Speaker has given me, I will speak lastly to two matters of revolutionary necessity for youth action. The first is the issue of free education in UPE, USE, and in our necessity as a generation, technical education too. We can no longer afford a percentage of our population as an illiterate population. And the sure line to achieving that is encouraging all levels of our people to support free education at a net zero cost. We can answer questions of quality after we have established the principle of free education. Secondly, I urge us all as members of a youth parliament to support East African integration and integration for the whole of Africa. It would be betrayal for me not to speak about integration, Mr. Speaker. Only 2 days ago, I was elected.
As you conclude. Okay.
I was elected to advise COMESA on youth issues for 21 countries. I want to thank CSOs that came up under the umbrella, Platform for Youth Inclusion in Politics, for organizing and funding such avenues. I want to thank the EU, ActionAid, the Rose Namayanja Foundation, but above all, I want to thank the Speaker of Parliament for centering this Parliament as a people-centric Parliament, and I encourage all of us to be able to use our voices here, not for fanfare, but for deliberating great issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Uganda National Youth Council. On the order paper, we shall proceed to number 5, Commissioner for Youth and Children's Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We are ready to listen from you. Thank you.
The Right Honourable Speaker to the Parliament of Uganda, the Right Honourable Speaker for the National Youth Parliament, the Deputy Speaker for the Youth Parliament, National Youth Council Chairperson, EU Head of Section, Governance and Human Rights, Development Partners present, CSOs, Honourable Members, and the Honourable Delegates of the National Youth Parliament. I am Sylvia Pimer, the Youth Officer at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, standing in for the Commissioner, Youth and Children Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I bring you warm greetings from the Ministry. We are glad for any space for meaningful and inclusive youth engagement. And we are equally pleased to work for and with the youth of Uganda. The theme for this year's National Youth Parliament, Youth at Crossroads, the quest for decent livelihoods amidst the threat of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic is timely. This calls on all of us to prepare what is it that we can do. The young people have been exposed. This has sent many people home. The shops have closed, the economies have closed. What is it that we can do to improve on the livelihoods of the young people? Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to light many ills, but it has also exposed us to the many opportunities for the youth to engage in. The food agriculture, the ICT industry, the service industry, these are all sections of the economy that were not closed. But this is a call for all of us. What is it in the agriculture sector that the young people can engage in within the food value chain? Uganda joined the rest of the world to commemorate the Youth Day, International Youth Day, 12th August. And the theme was Youth Innovations for Transformation of Food Systems and Sustainable Human Health. This was further an opportunity to awaken the youth to explore the untapped potential in agriculture across the value chain. Subsistence agriculture is at 39% according to UBOS. But this has to change. As a ministry and the Ministry of Agriculture and FAO, we saw the need to increase on youth participation in agriculture. What has been done? We have chosen 2 youth champions in agriculture across the country that are going to be launched and will be a learning ground for other youths to see what can be happening across the value chain. We are working on the action plan for the National Strategy for Youth Employment in Agriculture. This is to see what the things that the young person can engage in. Is it the production? Is it the marketing? What is that aspect that is left out and is ignored? These, among others, is what we believe will lead to a positive shift in the economy.
Conclude.
Thank you. 1 minute. Yes, a lot is being done for the youth, but it feels like a drop in the ocean because we don't have a database that captures everything that actors and government is doing. The ministry came up with a national coordination mechanism for the youth programs that is going to harmonize planning, implementation, and reporting of all interventions targeting the young people. This, we believe, will inform evidence-based programming that will positively affect the lives of the young people. We are setting up coordination structures that most of you will be part of through the youth structures in place from the district to the national level. These structures will be from the districts, the national levels, and will have young people present, will have the main actors across the MDAs and the development partners in place. And yes, as a ministry and the government, our area of focus among many is the human capital development, community mobilization, and the mindset change, which we believe is key for transformation to be tapped into by this population, 77% of Uganda's population. We also have the parish model, where projects will be identified at parish levels by the community groups. Participatory bottom-up approach is what we are going for. But this is a call for us to stop lamenting, stop talking and being on phones, and use our phones for the right information. Go to the parishes, go to the villages, and see what we can do. Opportunities are beyond the central business districts, and each and every one of us are called upon to take part in the development of the country. We look forward to getting more of the issues being discussed here to inform some of our interventions beyond the parliament, beyond the sitting today. Thank you to all the partners that
Thank
have
you.
made this possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner for Youth and Children's Affairs, Minister of Gender. We proceed to number 6 on the order paper. We shall hear from European Union representative. You're most welcome.
The Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that for the 4th consecutive year, the European Union delegation is able to participate in this important event. First, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Right Honourable Speaker upon your election. Indeed, we wish you a fruitful terms of service. We also appreciate the Parliament of Uganda under the office of the Right Honourable Speaker for ensuring that young people are accorded a space to participate in legislative processes. I also thank Action Aid Uganda and Faraja Africa Foundation for their contribution in preparing today's event. We believe that spaces like the National Youth Parliament have an essential role in facilitating dialogue between youth and the institutions, in empowering young people, and in fostering partnership to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. With the growing need to address youth issues, it's more and more important to listen to what youth are telling us. The COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on many aspects of our daily lives, and has in particular affected the youth, such as in the areas of access to quality education, decent employment, access to finance, and to opportunities for civic engagement. We often say that the youth are the future, but they are also the present. The young people need access to services and opportunities today, not tomorrow. This week, the government and development partners launched the roadmap for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the SDG Hub and Innovation Center hosted by the Office of the Prime Minister. This center has a significant component on youth actions. We encourage youth leaders to engage with the Innovation Center and contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As we say, the topic of the 4th National Youth Parliament is Youth at Crossroads, the quest for decent livelihood amidst the threat of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic, which is indeed our central issue and pressing. The youth, COVID-19 and climate change are, for the EU and its member states, also key issue to address. Youth has been identified as one of the key priorities for the EU, and the European Union aims to engage more systematically with youth to ensure that young people are heard and empowered as young leaders so that they can be the actors of change needed for the sustainable development of their countries. The EU is also one of the main partners of the COVAX facility, a global initiative bringing together governments and manufacturers to ensure COVID-19 vaccines reach those more in need, including in Uganda. In Uganda, the priorities for the EU over the coming years will be articulated around 3 axes. 1, green and climate transition. The second one is sustainable growth and inclusive jobs. And 3rd, democratic governance and social inclusion. As you can see, these 3 themes are closely related to the topic of the 4 National Youth Parliament, and we endeavour working with youth around these 3 priority areas so that they can fully play their role in democratic processes and are given the means to strive and contribute to the well-being and development of the country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, European Union representative. Now we proceed to Youth Member of Parliament, Northern Region. You're most welcome, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, and the Speaker of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, the Honorable Members of Parliament of the 11th Parliament present, and also the members of the Youth Parliament, members of the civil society organizations, the officials from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and also my very good friend, the Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement Party. First off, I want to commend all the members present for representing the young people, especially from the regions that you come from. I labored to follow the regional parliaments, and I want to thank all of you for the voices. We were not silent, we heard you, and we'll certainly do something about the issues. I want to assure the members of this youth parliament that when you come here, which is the home of legislation, you're in very safe hands. The Right Honorable Speaker of the 11th Parliament, who is seated on the right-hand side of the Speaker of the Youth Parliament, is a reliable friend of the young people of this country. And I want to share the concerns of the young people of this country. Right Honorable Speaker of the 11th Parliament, we appreciate as youth members of Parliament. On behalf of the rest of my colleagues, because we are fortunate that the young people in this country are also represented in this Parliament by 5 representatives. And on behalf of them, I want to acknowledge your efforts in putting forth this good platform to voice our concerns. Secondly, as the youth members of Parliament, we are also committed to our core constitutional obligations, which is 1, to legislate for the young people, 2, to represent the young people, 3, to do oversight of government programs that concern the young people, and 4, to do budgetary appropriation that are youth friendly. We are committed to that obligation because we understand that our obligation touches on the lives of 78% of the citizens of Uganda, who are the young people. That is by the UBOS statistics. As members of Parliament, also representing the youth, we understand that we have a generational mission to score at the end of the day. So we also have our legislative agenda. And our legislative agenda is primarily to cause socio-economic transformation for our young people. That is what is most important as of now, because we are aware that 38% of the households in this country are still in the subsistence economy. How are we going to turn the lives of these Ugandans so that they are in the money economy? Because we believe that a majority of these people are still young people. So our legislation should be youth-centered, and we'll pursue that mission to the dot. I want to finally commit that being a member of the 11th Parliament will certainly ensure that whatever the resolutions that eventually come out of our debate today will certainly see the light of day in the 11th Parliament. The good thing is that the Speaker of the Parliament is also here with us to listen to your issues. So ensure that we use this as an opportunity to voice those concerns, and we'll certainly ensure that these concerns get to the legislative arm of the government of Uganda for action. I appreciate all of you. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Youth Member of Parliament, Northern Region. We shall proceed. Before we proceed, we shall proceed to number 6. Yeah.
Item 6 on the order paper, official commemoration of the sitting.
With honorable members in the House, I take this honor to humbly request the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda to make his remarks and officially open the first sitting of the 4th meeting of the National Youth Parliament. You're most welcome, Right Honorable Speaker.
Oh, please be seated. I didn't even know you were standing. Mr. Speaker, sir, the honorable members of the Youth Council, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you again to this parliament, your parliament, where we do business on behalf of the citizens of this country. For you to have a road run, a dry run on how it's done. And because what you're going to do here will not be in vain, will not be for sure, but you'll find its way into the parliament that sits here to process and advise government, and by that I mean the executive, on how to proceed with the matters you have so raised. I will come here again. If it's not been done, let me first make you know where you sit. There are some traditions that we have in this place that have guided this institution for a while, for a long time. Where I am standing, and the box before me is called the dispatch box. In the past, this is where documents used to be put. Ministers would come without documents, but they would open here and find their documents here, and they proceed. This is where the budget speech was put. When the minister comes to make the budget speech, he will find the document here, lift it, and proceed. It's called the dispatch box. Behind me is the front bench. This first line here is called the front bench. Front bench is by ministers of the government in power. They occupy it. And the bench in front of me, we don't know how to call it. We've never given it a name. We don't know whether to call it the shadow bench or whatever. But that is where the shadow ministers from the opposition sit. And of course, the speaker sits there. Behind that line, that's where the clerk is sitting, is called the technical bench. That is where people who are coming to support the different ministers with documentations and advice sit. And you occasionally see ministers living here and moving back there to do some consultations with the technical people. It's called the technical bench. Immediately after this bench, the rest of the benches behind you is called the back bench. And where, if God allows for you to come to this parliament, your first engagement might be from that front line, the back bench. Today is a special day for the Honorable Okot Boniface that is sitting on the front bench. He normally sits somewhere there. That thing there you see is significant. It's called the bar. Not for purposes of alcoholic engagement. Sergeant, can you draw the bar? Can you close the bar? Where's the sergeant at arms? No, that's not the bar. That is the bar. That is symbolic. Occasionally, we have people coming to this parliament who are not members of parliament. They are not allowed to step inside the chamber. So symbolically, we draw the bar to keep them outside parliament, symbolically. So where those people are standing and those people are sitting and the sergeant at arms is sitting is now outside parliament, outside the chambers of parliament. When members are suspended and the day they are allowed to come back to give an apology, they speak from the bar. And after the apologies have been accepted, they draw the bar and then they are accepted again into parliament. When new members of parliament are being sworn in, they take their oath from the bar. And after the oath, the bar is drawn and they step in now as members of parliament. In the case of distinguished personalities who parliament might want to bring to give them some education about specific matters, occasionally we'll have people from the government, technical people from the government, the Auditor General and several other people. They have come and those bars have been drawn and they speak from there. That's a significant. That is the VIP gallery, this is the public gallery, behind me the public gallery, and this is the press gallery. Now you know. Different roles and symbolically these things serve different purposes. Very, very briefly, I welcome you again and enjoy this engagement. I don't believe the word that you are future leaders because you are leaders. Wherever you are, you are leaders.
Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, for such great address to the youth of this nation. We are so proud of you as a great nation, even Africa. If I may restate one statement because of the interest of time, don't speak statistics, speak people. It is a very big statement to the youth who are now educated and they read every statistic that come out and take them the way they are. Speak people, speak where you come from, and speak how you live. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. At this juncture, I wish to suspend the House for 10 minutes for an official photo, where we shall have the following dignitaries: Clerk to Parliament, Representative of Faraja, Africa, Action Aid, Chairperson of Uganda National Youth Council, Commissioner of Youth, Representative of Youth, Commissioner of Youth, and European Union representative, and honorable members at the stairs of the Parliament. Thank you very much. At this juncture, House is suspended.
The theme of the International Youth Day, transforming education.
We believe that in line with SDG 4, African governments should commit to continuous improvement in the quality of public education at all levels.
Put in place an education policy that harmonizes education management and the interaction of stakeholders.
Why children fail in primary schools is because teachers don't have the time to attend, explain, and mark the books.
So while we are talking about education, let's consider the people with disabilities. Early child marriage and school dropouts among the girls are still very high.
The motion I just moved is on the economic inclusion of the young people and a cross-border trade among East African communities.
We are talking about cross-border issues. Tanzania, we are advocating for South Sudan. Last week, they have ordered them to have free visa. We don't know this. Increases funding for the youth council, enable the youth representatives effectively perform their role. The youth are actually not enlightened in what is going on.
Most of the youth who are out of Kampala, even some who are in Kampala, don't even know the mandate of the National Youth Council.
Young people making 80% of total unemployment in the country, young women are disproportionately affected more than young men.
Externalization of labor.
90% of the poor employed in top positions are foreigners. We do not have a system as a country that captures the skills and goods produced by these youth. You know, you find that youth, we have got an issue of unemployment. We don't have capacity financially. And herein they are saying the prerequisite for you to stand as member of parliament, you need to first pay 3 million.
A person could have even graduated from Accra University or whichever. Where do you expect such a person to get the 3 million?
We need to clearly say that we need to answer the question of the jobs for the young people. It is not only the government, it's not your parents, it's not your teachers, but it's probably a question of getting together.
Self-employment is the best form of employment. Your learning of today is not only for today, but for the future of this country.
Within the framework of the African Governance Architecture Project implemented by Action, the European Union supports the engagement of young people in issues of democracy, human rights, and good governance.
Article 31 of AFDEC speaks about the participation of youth, people with disability, and women. I want to stand here and say that people with disability do not have a state minister in this government. That Parliament enacts laws to regulate sexual offences. We leave the most crucial part, that is sexual harassment in families and in church. Cases of girls that have been sexually harassed, that have been exploited at their workplaces, are over 300 cases. We want the Parliament of this country. They have a mandate to protect our people. Why are they protecting these people?
Point of order, Honorable, the youth in Uganda. You have to look out from the back, Honorable Speaker. So now allow me to present something on it. 1 minute. Now we're in the same track, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to recognize the efforts of Faraja Africa Foundation, our co-conveners for this Youth Not Parliament 2019, our strategic partners Action Aid Uganda, Plan International Uganda, and Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and other partners.
Let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the Parliament of Uganda, through the leadership of the Right Honourable Speaker, for ensuring that young people are given space to participate in legislative processes as a part of their civic rights enshrined in Article 38 of the Constitution of Uganda.
I've received the petition. We shall be tabling it here in the House, together with the Hansard for your deliberation. Thank you very much and welcome. Do you think you are the only person in that constituency? That honorable member should be taken out of the House. These are young MPs, they still read mentorship. We don't really like to do that.
We take the singular honor to welcome you and thank you for gracing this important National Youth Parliament, a parliament that brings young people from across the country to discuss important issues, legislative issues that affect them.
Don't want this to be exclusively done by the right honorables here present. We want the young people around the country to join us in this exercise.
It is an absolute pleasure and a great honor for me to participate in this third sitting of the National Youth Parliament. Let me express my deep appreciation to all of you who have come here today in person to have an open and constructive exchange of views at the third National Youth Parliament.
Honorable Speaker, today we are yet celebrating the belated International Youth Day under the theme Youth Engagement for Global Action. Indeed, it's a timely theme for Uganda. Uganda being the highly most populated country with the young people. In fact, Uganda is second in the entire world.
Let us use this unique opportunity as a youth to present our views to the Parliament of Uganda so that we can actually get the answers that we desire.
It's really quite unfortunate to see that for a long time, young people have been used as bridges for other people to cross. Young people have been used to hang posters for those other people. In so many districts in this country, young people have been used to hang posters for the MPs, for LOC5, and after these people have succeeded, these young people are abandoned.
The current parliament still actually maintained the nomination fees for example, the member of parliament at 3 million. So as the youth, we feel that this is too high, especially for those who are eligible to aspire for that position, but are just starting to develop themselves and have not yet earned big enough to actually put that money away for nomination.
Solve it.
As a young person, I think the parliament should come up with a way to regulate the monetization of politics. Like an amount of money a member of parliament is supposed to put in a political position.
I believe that the government itself has to come up with stringent laws and legislation on sexual abuse cases, because if you realize how these cases have been handled, it is actually a shame to the government. Most of the people who speak out and they have been sexually abused do not get justice as it is supposed to be.
The voices and the voices of the women and the girls are underlooked during such emergencies. When a woman goes and reports that this has happened, this has happened, the voices are underlooked by those people in those offices. A solution.
The National Youth Parliament, the third phase, provides an opportunity for this nation, for young people, to nurture their leadership skills and political participation in this country. Youth or young people are not leaders of tomorrow, but they are leaders of today.
microphone, you want to speak, and you're choosing, grab up hands. That's what we're going to be able to be noticed. Place your hand sit a little near. So what are you doing?
Next item. Next item on the order paper, item 7, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members. It's a pleasure at this time that we have made history in Uganda. I want to take an opportunity to thank you for giving me the mandate to take you as the 4th National Youth Parliament Speaker. It has not been easy with my fellow contestants, but we managed to make it at this day. I congratulate Honorable Olput Calvin and Honorable Mwesiga Howard for being good competitors. We ran this race together and we were communicating peacefully, and we have reached other day that the voters have decided. I thank the whole nation. I thank the youth of this country for voting me as their speaker. I can't take this for granted because I promised a lot that is going to push me to work hard to fulfill whatever I promised in my manifesto. And I pledge to work with Honorable Olput Calvin, Honorable Mwesiga Howard, and all the honorables in this House and the representatives of youth in this country. From the faces of the honorable members in this House, I see their faces, they are too pregnant with ideas. I wouldn't want to cause miscarriage or be the one to block you from expressing yourselves. At this time, I want to take an opportunity to welcome everyone and feel at home in this House. And once you're given a chance, represent your people. Right Honorable Speaker of the Uganda National Parliament, he said, stop speaking statistics, speak people. Speak people. The floor in a few minutes is going to be open. Let us speak people. Thank you very much. Next, on the order paper, class.
Item 8 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of the National Youth Parliament
urging the government to address the spiraling teenage pregnancies and their implication on the girl-child education and their social entrepreneurship.
To guide you, the rules of national parliament procedures shall be respected, and be mindful of whatever you are doing, because this session is broadcasted on different national television. I wouldn't want to find any honorable member being embarrassed in this house because of what he is doing. So at this time, we take the opportunity to listen from the motion mover, Namtev Ruth Elizabeth.
Dear the Right Honourable Speaker of the National Youth Parliament and delegates present, protocol observed. I am Namtevi Ruth Elizabeth from Central. I am here to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging the government to address the spiraling teenage pregnancies and its implications on the girl-child education and social entrepreneurship of young girls. So following the closure of schools in March 2020, cases were reported, increase in cases were reported of teenage pregnancies. And COVID being an impact, mostly adolescent girls were affected. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The seconder, Angas Nasasra.
Allow me to say, praise God and the Muslims, Allah. I don't know how they say anyway, I'm a Christian. I'm Nasasla Angas from the Antonde Cabra district. Right Honourable, thank you very much. I'm here to second the motion that was ably read by Honourable Ruth. But I would want also to tell the nation and the young people here that it's the right time that we come out on what we are doing and think of teenage pregnancy. Think of where is the Uganda. Think of the next person who is going to sit in your seat today with the rampant cases we have, with what is happening. I feel this is the best motion we can have, and I believe it's going to give us the best resolutions for the Parliament. How I wish, it's my prayer before I even see it, that we can have the UG pads. We only have the UG condoms, and I would want to say that the pads or the menstruation period here is one thing that these girls have until they are even 50. How I feel we can even have a talk about the UG pads in Uganda. We have seen the COVID money come and they have ably given this money to people here in Uganda who are even above 25. People who have everything they can do. I see someone from Rest Uganda. How I wish the Restless Uganda can come and speak about the UGP pads. Allow me to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let's hear from Honourable Member Namtev Ruth Elizabeth, the mover, to justify her motion, sir.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Members of Parliament. So when we talk about sexual reproductive health and rights, we cannot overlook teenage pregnancies. We all know that sexual reproductive health and rights, it is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being in all matters relating to the reproductive system. And as a peer educator today, through meaningful participation and exposure, I have not only acquired skills, but also information to impact young women and men. And I know the speaker was saying that we should not talk statistics, but allow me paint a picture for the listeners. Members of Parliament, a survey was conducted in 25 districts, upon COVID impact on school-going girls and young women. And it indicated Kampala with 24,000 teenage pregnancies. Wakiso came second with 21,000 teenage pregnancies, followed by Mukono and Kamuli. And according to the Ministry of Health, 25% of Ugandan teenagers become pregnant by the age of 19. But before we ask all the obvious questions, let us first dig into the causes. Honorable members of Parliament, the defilement and rape cases have gone high. Statistics are showing that 14,000 girls got defiled in the year 2020, which is a 3.8% increase from the over 13,000 reported cases in 2019. How are they getting pregnant? Through manipulation as well. And this is done in two ways. We have the cross-generational sex and the transactional sex. Transactional sex, I'm talking sex for pads. We all know that Awan Kanare Mugume of NBS had or did an investigative report talking about girls who were trading sex for pads. And we all know about the cross-generational sex and how it happens. Let's talk about misinformation, lack of correct and accurate information. And I am talking information in terms of sexual reproductive health and rights. The closure of schools alongside COVID-19 limited gatherings where peer educators like me, peer educators from Reach a Hand Uganda and several other organizations who would sensitize these girls could no longer go into schools to educate them. How has this impacted them? In so many ways. First, we have the increased rate of school dropouts, which has led to the reduced rate of school enrollment. Why? These girls cannot enroll in school while pregnant. We have the unsafe abortions, which are continuously happening and yet somehow are illegal. We have the maternal deaths, which are about 33 for every 100,000. We have possible illnesses associated with teenage pregnancies. And when it comes to this, we know fistula is one of them. We know STDs are one of them. And as living proof of a person living with HIV, I speak from the bottom of my heart and I want to let you know that unless you are a victim of HIV, you will never understand the impact of living with HIV. Failure of young mothers to nurture a newborn baby. We all know the psychological and financial factors or effects that come with being a mother, especially a young mother. Hence, these young girls are forced into child labor and they end up doing odd jobs. We have also impacts to the society. I'm talking increased population. I'm talking increased government expenditure on health care. Members of Parliament, I beg to close my case. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yeah, at this time, we shall open the debate. But I'll first guide you. Every speaker who will come on the podium will use only 5 minutes. And every motion shall be given only 5 people to discuss about it. And we shall pick 3 people from the physical seating and 2 people online. So at this time, I take the pleasure to open the debate. Let's have Honourable Member. Yes, the one with the black mask. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker of the Fourth Parliament. Now, arguing how the government can address the increasing teenage pregnancies and their implications in the education system. Whereas the there was a lot of increase due to COVID-19. There was a lot of early teenage pregnancies. We also realized that the government came up with a few policies and a few ways on how
before
they
you
could
proceed,
address it.
Honorable Member, can you first state your name for the purposes of record?
Oh, I'm really sorry. My name is Akelwanga Priska. The government came up with a few ways on how they could curb its implications to the education system. I'll specifically address the education system because we realize that the mover of the motion actually address the problem at hand on what its implications are on the livelihoods of young girls and also young boys. We're not going to forget that because this is something that is involving both a girl and a boy. Now at this point, we also realize that whether, even after the government addressing it as girls are going to go back to school even after they've given birth, they should go back to school. Realize that this is very, very problematic because girls are already, their minds have already been damaged. They're already in a state where they cannot go to school. They are mothers. They cannot go back to the state that they were in before. Now, I think the government should come up with a better way to address the problem of depression among young teenagers who are already been victims of early pregnancies on both the boys' side and the girls' side. We should not forget that both girls and boys are in this case going to be affected. And also, how can it help to, what are the other ways that the government should come up with? I also think that there should be an inclusive way that the problem is not only addressed in specific parts of this country. You find that these early childhood pregnancies are not just in specific districts. There are huge numbers in all over the country. Now, if the challenge is only addressed in specific parts of the country, and then the other parts of the country, the problem is not addressed, this leaves a gap of inclusivity. Now, the government should come up with a way that inclusively help all girls and boys who are affected by this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, the second debate. Let's hear from Honorable Member that side, and after we shall go this side. I haven't seen any member from this side putting up. Okay, proceed.
Thank you so much.
And before, we shall request all our honorable members to submit their names for proper attribution and clear hazard record. So start with your name and give your submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm called Katenene Yofes from Orenzol region. I want also to add my voice on the urging government to bring means on how they can prevent early pregnancies. It is true that our motion mover said that in urban centers and even in rural centers of this country, we have had a lot of early pregnancies during the pandemic and even before the pandemic had come. But as a country, we need to come up and give life skills and social skills, such as making positive decisions, self-esteem, patience, and bargaining powers, which would help them navigate life challenges and avoid early sex. These are some, most of our young girls do not have that kind of self-esteem. So, but if government comes up and gives them those life skills, they will develop self-esteem and end up denying those men who deceive them for giving them gifts in exchange of sex and end up falling into problems. So also government should have a lot of seminars countrywide, not only in specific areas of this country, but move to different parts of the country, sensitizing children and their parents, and with the aim of improving the lives their life skills and social survival skills. So if government moves all over the country, work with the civil society organizations so that they can address these some of the challenges. And basically, this now goes to all of us. We should have a collective responsibility. This country, and specifically for this generation, we have already said the children of Museveni. These children are not Museveni's children. When you move down in the villages, they will tell you the children of Museveni are spoiled. But I can tell you, these are our own children. We need to have a collective responsibility, both from government and the caregivers, so that we can provide for our children. If the children are moving long distances to go to school, if border men are using that opportunity, us as a community, how do we address that? When you see my child being spoiled by a border man, why can't you report him to me or to the responsible people like police and other people, so that we can have that kind of responsibility? We shouldn't give these children to government alone, but also as parents and the whole community should come in to address the challenge of early pregnancy. Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, government should encourage young mothers to go back to school and put means to prevent stigma. I believe when these young children produce at an early age, going back to school has become a problem in this country. But government should work with the Ministry of Gender and other civil society organizations to fight or come up with projects that should fight stigma within these young mothers so that they can go back to school and have a better life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your great submission. We shall have the third member to give his or her submission. But this time we shall follow the gender balance. The other time it was a lady, male, now it's a lady from this side. So ladies, hey, honorable members, I say the lady, I see a gentleman is putting up. So let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable members of the August House, I greet you. My name is Julia Mhumuza. I have 2 points to put across. As we look at playing a role as far as this vice is concerned, it's two-way. We're looking at having these teenage girls who have been victims to teenage pregnancies go back to school, and also protecting the potential victims of this vice. So as we look at the ones who are already pregnant, I've had issues like these girls cannot go back to school because they're mentally disconnected, which is not a case. We have schools that actually expel girls when they become pregnant while in school or they are suspended. So if such policies are revised in schools to allow girls willing to go back to school to go back, we can, after giving birth, we can have these girls have their option and also have a right to achieve their education right while in school. And lastly, which is most important, we are looking at the numbers that have escalated as a result of this vice, forgetting that as long as we still have schools closed, many are out there and they are potential victims to sexual harassment, to rape, or even actually becoming pregnant. So the best solution here would be the government considering opening schools in a way that protects the girl child, because it is clear that schools have played or are the ones that play a big role as far as protecting the girls from the sexual kind of violence in the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. As I said before, we shall hear submissions from the physical members in the House, and then we shall hear 2 from online. So, members in the control room, can you help us and connect members online if they are there? Or we get back to the physical members. As you arrange, I'll get a submission from Honorable Orput Calvin. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would first like to start by thanking the move of the motion, for bringing us up to speed with this particular subject. My humble submission to the House is that before we go further, let's turn the clock 360 around. What's the major cause of teenage pregnancies? It doesn't just come through eating a meal or something. Definitely there is a sexual relation involved. Coming from a typical African community, talking about issues of sexuality is regarded to be sacred. So the government, first of all, should start backtracking its steps to ensure that, first of all, there is adequate information issued out to the young people there. The Honorable Muhumuza Julia actually submits and says, schools are closed. Bearing the current situation, definitely would not expect the young teenagers being taken back to school. So the onus falls back to us actually, availing as adequate information as possible to the young people out there. We are alive to the fact that we're in a .com era. There's a lot of information that is either shared on the gadgets and what have you. What is the control that we have put in place to ensure that the young teenagers out there are protected from this particular content that is out there? The move of the motion talked about defilement and what have you. Legally speaking, we know that in relation to defilement, it is immaterial whether the teenager actually consented to the entire process or not. So it means that the government should actually look at arming the young people with necessary information. Let the people know the risks involved. Let them know that once you involve in a sexual act, A, B, C, D is to happen or to befall you. Most of these teenagers are either taken up by excitement and adolescence and what have you. So let us have the right information put out there. We can use gadgets as simple as radio sets sending out this particular information, such that we can actually have a guarantee that the young people of Uganda are actually secured or saved while at home, even when they're away from schools. Thank you.
Much, Honorable Oput Calvin. Let's listen from a honorable member.
Thank you so much. Can you give us a floor? This is Franco. Can you
proceed, Honorable Franco.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really want to appreciate you for giving me time to share with you my experience. I'm Franco Rashid. Of recent, I've been participating with the United Nations system from Geneva Online. It is a young leaders training program. It was about multilateral diplomacy, of which we had several experts from across the world. About this, I can really be able to share with you. Right now, I'm saying we as young leaders are suffering from infodemic, not the pandemic itself. What do I mean by that? There have been several false informations passed about COVID-19, which may have also caused the education disruption and also the closeout of the education systems and all that. If this more especially comes from the health team who are handling the COVID-19 situation, and not only for the COVID-19 itself, but also the political situation itself as well. People are using young people to generate propaganda, and they're using young people to achieve their goals by doing wrong things, but they are now using our ignorance, Does not mean that if somebody pursues degree in any course, does not mean that this person is more educated enough. This person still needs more capacity building. I would actually call upon the government to build the capacity of young people if they should need to put legacy in our country, Uganda itself. And I would also ask that the government should also call upon the external support, such as the World Health Organization, the United Nations, and all that, if there are some challenges within the country. And it's very important to liaise with other international organizations to really support the people in the country, more especially the young people. And I would say in that case, the projects of the youths are being inadequate and are never being really monitored or being mentored adequately
and
enough.
Member stick on the motion
Yeah.
that has been put on the floor of Parliament.
So
Thank
for
you.
that, yeah, thank you so much.
Proceed, Honorable Member. You have 2 minutes. Okay. Let's hear from Honorable Alan Abenau.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Alan Avenawe Boivare. I am the representative from Western Region, specifically Chiruhura District. Fellow delegates here, we need to understand that for a fact we have had teenage pregnancies. Now, we have had strategies that we can actually use in order to cap down the teenage pregnancies. But I would like to state that the reason unto why we are having increasing number of teenage pregnancies is basically because the institutions that we do have that are supposed to protect children have suffered their own share of institutional weaknesses. What do I mean? A border man finds it prudent to convince a 14 or a 15-year-old to have sexual relations with them, but this man goes scot-free. All we talk about is that this little young girl is pregnant, but the perpetuator of the pregnancy, who is a border man, goes scot-free. So my suggestion would be, in order for us to curb down the teenage pregnancies, we need to make sure that we actually put in place stringent laws that do deal with these perpetuators. If you are an old man and you convince a young teenage girl to have sexual relations with them, then the law should work on you because you're trying to interfere with the future of this young girl. I do submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Abenau Alan. We shall move to the next motion, but before that, we shall hear from the motion mover, and we shall request her to step in front and give the resolutions to this House. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I interject? Before you proceed, we have, let's hear from her, and then you give the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Agawa Charity from Mitoma, speaking from the border forest. It's true that the UN report that was provided in the recent weeks that over 60% of the cases in courts of assault for the teenage pregnancies. And how do we overcome the teenage pregnancies have risen during the COVID lockdowns. Instead of the COVID lockdowns curbing the curve of the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, they have increased the curve of the teenage pregnancies. And this has even led to a reduction in the contribution of young girls or young entrepreneurs towards the GDP of the country. My advice would be to the government, if schools cannot be opened because of the current situations, why can't we try alternative trainings and some other sure that people are kept in the working conditions and having busy minds? Because we know an empty mind or a mind that has nothing to do is a devil's workshop. How can we let that go? Make them busy by providing them entrepreneurship skills, training them in other vocational or with other vocational schools than letting them go or have nothing to do at hand. Another thing is, what if we provide contraceptives to girls and make them, if yes, sex, we know it's a necessity according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What if we give them contraceptives? But my issue also on that is, who are those that impregnate them? What if we provide an alternative to those people that do the impregnancies and let the issue go? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Here representing Mitoma District, we've been part of that debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Agawa Charity. As we proceed, we shall listen from Honorable Namteve Ruth Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. So at this stage, I would like to share my call to action or make my prayer to you, Honorable Members of Parliament. There are already policies that are still under development. They have been revised in and out each single year, but they've never been passed. Some of these policies include the National School Policy, which encompasses sexuality education. And when I talk sexuality education, I am not talking obscenity, like most people have painted it. I am talking mental health, I am talking contraceptives, I'm talking STDs, communicable diseases, I'm talking menstrual hygiene, and so many other things. We have the National Family Policy, which encompasses parental behavior change, parents communicating with their own children about sexual reproductive health and rights. These policies need to be passed once and for all. Let's talk about safe spaces for teenagers, young girls. We need to create safe spaces for these girls to be able to freely express their emotional distress. They are being raped, harassed, there is incest happening in our families. And this is the reason as to why some of them are pregnant. But we do not talk about these things because they are considered obscene to the public. So these kids, these children, these young girls need a safe space where they can freely express their thoughts. We need to legalize contraceptives for only and only girls who are already menstruating, and it can be optional. Let's think into that. How about we also produce free pads for school-going children? Honorable Members of Parliament, how can we and why should we have condoms for free and yet pads are for buying? As I close my case, I would like to share with you something that I consider so important to me. As a young girl living with HIV, these are my dreams. Those are my dreams. Imagine if I am educated and I've lived with HIV for 29 years, but I am still struggling to accomplish just 10% of those dreams. How about a teenage girl who is pregnant? How about a teenage girl who is living with HIV? How about a teenage girl who is not only pregnant, she's living with HIV, she's living with a disability? How about a teenage girl who is an orphan? She is pregnant, she's living with HIV, she has a disability. We shall speak. We shall talk about the same thing year in, year out, month in, month out. We shall keep having these parliamentary sittings. But it is time we stop talking, it is time we stop speaking, and it's time to act. There is no any other day but today. Thank you, Honorable Members of Parliament. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And for guidance, every document that is displayed on the floor of Parliament has to be laid on the table. Thank you very much. As we proceed, our clerk guides us to the next item on the order paper.
Item 9 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of the National Youth Parliament urging government to urgently address the reproductive health challenges faced by the young people amidst the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mover of the motion, David Mugema. Honorable David Mugema.
The Right Honorable Speaker, Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Mjema, National Youth Council and Speaker, Central Youth Parliamentary Forum. I stand before you to move motion for resolution of the National Youth Parliament urging government to urgently address the reproductive health challenges faced by the young people amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. I beg to move.
Second, appeal, Honorable Appeal Angel. Honorable Appeal Angel.
I'm Appeal Angel, Speaker West Nile, Regional Youth Parliament. I'm here to second the motion by saying that it's important to note that both male and female experience gradual change in body growth, and of which they always remain inquisitive. And it's important to note that in accordance to the growth, both male and female experience other challenges due to their need to explore. Procedure. Due to the need to explore. Therefore, in order to achieve sexual and reproductive health and rights, we call upon the government to create awareness to both sexes when and whether to have children. Mr. Speaker, procedure. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Ahumza Grace from Kavarole. Mr. Speaker, a seconder is supposed to come and second the motion and moves back. He's not supposed to justify the motion. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your guidance. I think that one is put on record. Motion mover. We proceed. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. My name is Alan Avenawe Boivare. I am inquiring on procedure. For the first motion that we debated, we did not adopt it. So I don't know if the August House adopted the resolution or not, because immediately after the mover's justification at the end, we did not adopt or not adopt.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Member. That is perfect, and I do take it. So, Honorable Members, whoever is in the support of the motion, say yes. And whoever is against the motion, say no.
Which motion? The first one or the second?
Okay. Thank you for guidance, honorable members and the clerk. Let's proceed with the motion and we shall adopt them too at the end. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, David Mjema is my name. In regards to the motion I moved earlier, universal access to sexual and reproductive health is essential to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health as guaranteed by Article 12 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, you realize that many challenges indeed obstruct individuals' enjoyment of this right. These obstacles are interrelated and entrenched in society, operating at different levels, in clinical care, at the health system level, and in the underlying determinants of health. In addition to biological factors, socio-economic and other conditions bear upon a woman's sexual and reproductive health. It is often linked to poverty and economic stability in general. Criminal and other legal restrictions also affect abortion. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic and its mandatory procedures have impacted sexual and reproductive health services, especially those related to access to public services due to COVID-19 pandemic, lockdown decisions in some countries like Uganda, and the difficulty of accessing healthy services. Right Honorable Speaker, an overview of this. Even before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, every day more than 500 women and girls in Uganda, in countries with emergency settings, including Uganda, were dying during pregnancy and childbirth due to a lack of quality sexual and reproductive health services. Moreover, the deteriorating economic conditions of Uganda and the high incidence of poverty that results in a high number of out of education. Now, the maternal mortality rate associated with availability of the right to sexual and reproductive health increased. Despite the progress made in reducing the maternal mortality rate in Uganda from 524 deaths to 336 deaths per 100,000 live births for 7 years. According to the 2001 and 2016 Uganda Demographic Health Survey, UDHS, overall an estimated 35 million women and girls aged between 15 to 49 require humanitarian assistance with sexual reproductive health services. Poverty and the failure to listening to the voices of women and girls who directly are affected by violations are the chief reasons behind Uganda's lack of mechanism and means to promote the right to sexual and reproductive health. Still have some time? So meaning that health needs were affected by the deterioration of the situation during the corona pandemic, the country taking measures such as closing places, other compulsory measures, clinical staff. You realize it may be preoccupied with response of epidemic patients than providing health services to other patients. Or health centers may lack sufficient personal protective equipment to provide services safely. The health workforce was also reassigned to care for HIV patients in some Ugandan health centers to reduce capacity in other services, which leads to the closure of health facilities in many places or the limitation of services provided in them. The health pandemic in Uganda has also resulted in absence of healthcare workers from their original work, which may cause interruptions in the regular provisions of essential sexual and reproductive health services, increasing the risk of unwanted pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases. Although the Uganda government has issued directives to protect pregnant women's access to maternity services, access to essential sexual and reproductive health information and services, such as contraceptives, family planning, and health protection, has not been prioritized during the lockdown. The affected the right to sexual and reproductive health at 28% of family needs were not met at that time. So in the context, as I wind up, of the corona pandemic, restriction on public transport, access to healthcare services, this one became a privilege reserved for only a few. Right Honorable Speaker, consequently, women have to travel long distances to reach their centers and services, which puts the lives of expected mothers in particular at risk. The fetus is also at risk because there is the possibility of birth occurring along the way, which is carried out by traditional, dangerous methods. That, among other factors, Right Honorable Speaker and the House, are the reasons as to why I want us to debate on this motion. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The floor of Parliament is open. Let's hear the submissions of the Honorable Member. We start with the Honorable Mr. Howard. Yeah, the floor is yours.
All right, much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, good afternoon. In my submission on this particular motion, I would like to abstain from alluding to motion number 3, which of course is, there's a conspicuous nexus between that and this particular motion, so I'll abstain from doing that. So I'll look at it from a three-pronged perspective. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to look at the remedial measures. What do we need to do? Because again, when we're looking at reproductive health rights, we're looking at them in the grander scheme of events, i.e. sexual and reproductive health rights. And Right Honorable Speaker, in the beginning of this session, we said that we would preclude ourselves from talking about statistics and only talk about people. I beg to differ. I think statistics don't lie. Statistics speak greatly to what is on ground. And right now, based on the study that was done by the Center of Health, Human Rights and Development, CEHAD, last year, it shows that 1 in 4 girls contributing to 27% of the rural population has experienced imminent sexual and reproductive health rights violations, either because of ignorance or through overt perpetrators, right? So what do we need to do? 3 things. The first, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to look at the preventive. How do we go about the preventive? We need to look at the adoption of the National Sexual and Reproductive Health Policy framework. In this country, we have avoided that particular framework. Why? Because we believe it's against morality, good conscience, and the general being of society. Why? Because it talks about sexuality. But I think as young people, we need to make our point and position clear on that particular topic, that we need to cultivate a platform where we actually adopt a national sexual and reproductive health rights, which encapsulates matters to do with abortion, to do with contraceptives. Yes, very controversial, but we need to have that conversation. If we, the young people, we choose to shy away from having these conversations, no one will. Why? Because we are the biggest victims. We contribute greatly to the fact that we have this problem. Why? Because we have chosen to keep quiet and we have let the older generation make decisions for us because they're shying away from it. So we need to come on board and be assertive and be unapologetic about that particular topic. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, and as I conclude, rehabilitation. We need to look at the establishment of safe shelters for women and young girls. But in doing that, we also need to deconstruct the ideology in society that sexual and reproductive health rights are only matters to do with women. Even men, we need to come on board and have these uneasy conversations. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, to do with retribution. In the parish model of development that looks at devolution to bring development to the grassroots, we need to look at how we can accentuate and revitalize our family and children unit divisions, that we expand the capacity to actually provide immediate, probably what I would call in the medical world, post-prophylaxis, post-exposure prophylaxis, right? That we need to look at how we remedy these problems as and when they occur, right? And we need to bring the perpetrators of negligence and also over perpetrations to these young women and to these girls and the women in society. So, Right Honorable Speaker, against those 3 fundamental facets on prevention, rehabilitation, and retribution, I think we can have augmented discourse along that lane. Thank you so much, honorable members.
Thank you, honorable member. Next submission, gender balance. Yes, honorable member, take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Chomhanji Eliana Sarah. I work under NYC at KCCA. Now that the challenges that have led to poor management of reproductive health are many as early and unwanted pregnancies, increased rate of HIV, sexual violence. We should come up with some solutions like setup of health centers for young people, at least one per sub-region, since we also have some victims of sexual violence at a certain level whereby they are mentally ill. In such a way, at these health centers, since they are theirs and they are for the young people, they'll be able to speak out their minds and their hearts, and in such a way, they will have no fear. Because when they approach some centers, they're like, the people they are meeting there are old people. They are not able to be confident. In such a way, they end up falling victims of negligence, and in such a way, some switch to drug use. But if these centers are there, they will help to curb these causes to the mental illnesses, and they'll be able to bring up their lives. The other is provision of health cards to young people. For example, if young people are given health cards, like insurance, they'll know that at such a point, I have to go to this health center, they'll be able to get services, and they'll be using these cards to get whatever they need, or even make inquiries at any point of time. And they should be given to people like from the ages of 14, because these girls are now sexually active, and the boys too. There are also many young people who die during and after abortion. This may be due to either improper procedures to carry out abortion and the wrong or improper medication given to them after the process. To avoid or reduce on the number of young girls who die while giving birth, I think safe abortion should be legalized in Uganda. Then sex education should also be introduced and encouraged in schools, and the same programs should be provided on TVs and radios, plus community sexual reproductive health rights and talks to those who are not able to go to school. In such a way, we shall have achieved responsible parenthood, respect for our lives, proper birth spacing, and informed choices, hence improving the family and community well-being as far as reproductive health is concerned. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member, proceed with your submission.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Anderson Tumukugize, representing the young people of Western Uganda, specifically from the rural areas of Hoima District. Right Honorable Speaker, reproductive health challenges are sharply increasing, especially in the Albertine Graben, with the exploration of the natural resources which have attracted very many people. These people come with different amounts of money, all to be dispersed in the area. And in the current situation whereby younger people are in homes, young girls who were 10, 12 before COVID are now 14, they have now grown, they are now old, they are now big, they are very attractive. Right Honorable Speaker, all that money end up looking at them. So I therefore request that Parliament should tighten labor laws for any company which comes with workers which end up targeting young girls should be expelled without even being paid. Whether contracts have been signed, but as long as the workers are engaging in activities which are sexually related to young girls, such companies should just, their contracts should just be terminated with immediate effect, purposely to safeguard our young girls. Right Honorable Speaker, you will realize that it is true some younger girls end up, I'm sorry for my mask, it is true that some young girls end up conceiving at early ages or getting infected with diseases like HIV, stroke, AIDS. But also we have other people of the same caliber who have made it through. Right Honorable Speaker, you will allow me, I use an example of one of our honorables, Honorable Namtevi. I'm very happy for your submission. If government could use you as a motivational speaker to the younger girls in villages, at least you're in town, but young girls in villages have no motivational speakers like you. If you could have such sessions, I'm telling you, younger girls who are now pregnant, young girls who are suffering would have that inbuilt urge of going back to school. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true that these young girls, even before bringing motivational speakers, they themselves need to be organized so that they can have what we call peer-to-peer youth learning sessions. Right Honorable Speaker, you realize that in most of Health Center 2s, Health Center 3s, Health Center 4s, we have youth-friendly services, but most of them are being supported by non-government organizations. Take, for example, Reproductive Health Uganda and others. If government could also give in its hand to ensure that peer-to-peer youth learning sessions are going on amongst young girls and boys, because reproductive challenges do affect both boys and girls. If these young people are brought together to share on their own, to give them hope, I can assure you that it can be one of the ways they themselves can be ambassadors to the other younger people who have remained on ground. Right Honorable Speaker, with those few views, allow me to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the great submissions. We shall take the submissions from the online people. Members from the control room, guide us. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we shall
Hello.
hear. House and gender balance. Yes, Honorable Member. Okay, proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much.
To be guided, you would put a point of order if someone is, or any honorable member is on the floor of Parliament. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Anaga Teddy Tracy, Executive Director, katika South Africa. And I'm here to say something about the sexual and reproductive health right, because I advocate for women and girls' rights. Allow me to first inform the Honorable Parliament sitting on the 4th National Youth Parliament today about what's happening, because some of them might not know what is happening on the ground in the communities where some of us come from. Adolescent girls and young women have overcome many obstacles and barriers to achieve economic empowerment and gender equity. COVID-19 is affecting women and girls around the world, and Uganda in particular. It's terrible and threatens the gains of the past. It's estimated 20% of the school-going girls will not go back to school. Do you know what the damage is going to, bring on our country and on a girl child? So my humble request to the government of Uganda and to you, Honorable Member of Parliament, who are sitting before this Parliament today, let's join hands.
the resolutions that were passed in the former motion that were moved about a national school policy, national family policy, safe spaces for teenagers, free pads for school-going children. Okay, as the move of the motion put it very right before us, that all these policies are there. The question is, why are they not being implemented? A lot has to be done. Talking about teenage pregnancy, it is our collective responsibility to ensure, just as most of you have said, it is our collective responsibility. Government has to do their part, and government is doing their part through like the free air times. I think even during the Youth Week, we experienced it. The RDCs were giving chances to the youth leaders to go on radio to speak to their former youth. We also have, someone said, failure of young peer educators are limited to go to schools. I think like gatherings of 20 people are allowed. So it is also upon us, youth leaders, to organize our youth. 20 people per cell, that will do a lot. As a responsible youth council member or a councillor, you can call like 20 people in your cell, 20 teenagers. Let's talk about specifically 20 teenage girls, and you talk to them. You don't have to wait for schools to be opened. There is a lot that government is doing, but as someone said earlier, statistics have not been so much there. The person from the Ministry of Labor, there are so many things on ground, but there are no specific numbers that maybe the leaders gathered this number of youths and spoke to them, but a lot is being done. So it is our collective responsibility to see that our followers and we ourselves, we take care of ourselves. And another big challenge we face is the traditions that we have. People need a lot of mindset change. But as I said, I will represent all your issues before Cabinet. I thank you so much for your deliberations and continue with the good work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Leader of Opposition.
Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker, protocol observed. One, I would like first of all to begin by challenging some. Yeah, I am by the names of Obed Samuel. Yeah, a representative from northern Uganda, and I'm the leader of opposition of this August House. Now, there are some few remarks that I had, very beautiful remarks that I had from my colleagues in regards to the matters that have been to the motion.
As I interject, can the members in the control room help us? Thank you.
Hello? Yes.
Hello? Yes. Hello? Yes. Hello? Yes. Hello?
Okay, honorable members, we need to do this with respect. We have been earlier informed that if you are in the house, you log out. You shouldn't be online. All these challenges we are facing are people who are online, at the same time they are attending physically. So do the needful so that we proceed. Thank you very much. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I was airing out on a point which recently, just the previous month, I saw the President of the Republic of Uganda addressing the top police bosses at the State House. You know, like when we talk about girl child, we talk about abortion, we talk about teenage pregnancies, we talk about defilement, we talk about this, we talk about that. We need to understand that there are people who are in charge of implementing policies which are in regards to specific subject matters. You find that police were rewarded 77% in terms of corruption. 77 to 80%, the police who are supposed to help us in implementing some of these policies which are discussed at the floor of this August House. So, in other words, I would like to challenge the head of government business that it's not about you going before a cabinet and discussing this matter. It's about, first of all, us understanding that it is everybody's responsibility in fighting this battle. It's not a government responsibility. It's not the opposition responsibility. I always call it the option responsibility, but it's everybody's responsibility, even the parents of the children. Because, first of all, by the issue of teenage pregnancies and these issues of school dropout and all those stuffs has escalated so drastically, especially during this time that we're in a lockdown. I've never seen it before. It's really terrible. Even last week I saw in some statistics that the thing is increasing. So one thing that we're advocating for issues of, let me say, like reopening of schools, or let me say, like you find the honorables from the option wing advocating for issues of, let me say, like a government intervening into the subject matter. We need to be a little more practical and sober when we are attending, when we are let me say, like responding to some of these matters here. It's not about us coming to pump out data or cough out data here, and the concerns are not put into consideration. Oh, we do not see it impacting the life of the most. In local language, they say it, omuntu wawansi, the lowest person there on the grassroots. So it's important that we see the practicability of this, some of this. You see, recently, there are some of the schools, there are some private schools which are unilaterally barring, for so long as you're pregnant, even if you're not yet produced, for so long as you're pregnant, or what, they bar you from education. You don't go to school. You've been seeing mostly in primary schools, lower primary schools, even in higher institutions. You find in a scenario whereby the school structures, also the institution that have been established, the condition does not favor the girl child mother. You know, like do we still have the issue of the senior woman teachers? You know, do we still have the breastfeeding wing for baby mothers? Those like the child mothers in the village, in the lower schools there, in the village rural schools there. Because when we are talking like this, we are not talking on behalf of the private schools. By the way, they can afford and they can put those in place, and they can charge whatever amount they can charge according to what they could have agreed as the owner of the schools. Theirs is business. But now we're talking on the aspect of the government-aided schools, right from primary. They brought us UAC, UPE. But you find the quality. First of all, we are talking about girl child, but the quality of education is even shouting and alarming.
Thank you.
So we call the head of government business to really take this matter very, very pertinently, such that next time when we come here, we come to review what has been done and what has not been done, and why what has not been done has not been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Leader of Opposition. Honorable Members, we have had a chance to debate two motions on the sparing teenage pregnancies, on the reproductive health challenges. I guided that because of time, the debate should go on concurrently before a vote can be put for adoption. Thank you for the debate. I now want to put a vote on the motion we have debated, starting with the first one. I now put a question for adoption for the first motion. May those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. Aye have it. I now put a question for adoption for the second motion. May those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay.
Point of inquiry.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Been able to make resolutions, to make his prayers to the House, such that we can be able to adopt such prayers. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Orputu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. To the August House, I'd like to find out if it's procedurally right for a Honorable Member to raise a point of order or procedure on the Speaker. I'm reliably informed that the Speaker is protected by the rules of procedure. A point of procedure or order can only be arisen when a Honorable Member is the one actually talking. So let's respect the chair of this particular Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, you need to be guided. Speaker cannot be on order. It's the House that is on order. So, have that.
Point of inquiry, Honorable Speaker.
I would like to suspend the House for 1 hour to allow us to have lunch. But before that, I'm guided that we use 30 minutes because of time. We need to discuss more. But before I suspend the House, I need to take this opportunity to recognize different dignitaries that have joined us this afternoon to have a session with us. They are great leaders that we have had in the spaces of youth leadership. Number one, Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, Speaker of the 11th Parliament of Uganda. Honorable Adolf Mwesige Kasaija, Clerk to Parliament of Uganda. Ngoze Nicholas, Head of Section Governance and Human Rights, EUD. Ms. Elizabeth Ongom, Operations Advisor, European Union. Mr. Emmanuel Wawire, Executive Director, Faraja Africa Foundation. Mr. Via Ejoy, Action Aid. Honorable Rose Namada, Executive Director, RNF and Deputy, SG, NRM. Mr. Jacob Ayer, Chairperson, National Youth Council. Mr. Sam Ogwar, Secretary for Finance, National Youth Council. Ms. Kanyes J. Massey, Secretary for Legal Affairs, National Youth Council. Ms. Sylvia Pima, Youth Officer, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Lastly, Platform for Youth Inclusion in Politics Partners. Honorable members, I would like to suspend this House for 30 minutes to allow us to have lunch. After that, we reconvene here at, what's the time? I'm not a good mathematician. 10 past. Then lunch will be served at the Parliament canteen on second floor. This House is suspended.
The theme of the International Youth Day, transforming education.
We believe that in line with SDG 4, African governments should commit to continuous improvement in the quality of public education at all levels.
Put in place an education policy that harmonizes education management and the interaction of stakeholders.
Why children fail in primary school is because teachers don't have the time to attend, explain, and mark the books.
So while we are talking about education, let's consider the people with disabilities.
Early child marriage and school dropouts.
Hello.
The girls are still very high.
The motion I just moved is on the economic inclusion of the young people and of cross-border trade among East African communities.
We are talking about cross-border issues. Tanzania were democratic for South Sudan. Last week they are to have free visa. We don't know this.
Increases funding for the youth council, enable the youth representatives effectively perform their role. The youth are actually not enlightened in what is going on.
Most of the youth were out of Kampala, even some were in Kampala. Don't even know the mandate of the National Youth Council.
Young people making 80% of total unemployment in the country, young women are disproportionately affected more than young men.
Externalization of labor. 90% of the poor employed in top positions are foreigners.
We do not have a system as a country that captures the skills and goods produced by these youth.
You know, you find that youth, we have got an issue of unemployment. We don't have capacity financially. And herein they are saying the prerequisite for you to stand as member of parliament, you need to first pay 3 million.
A person could have even graduated from Makerere University or whichever. Where do you expect such a person to get the 3 million?
We need to clearly say that we need to answer the question of the jobs for the young people. It's not only the government, it's not your parents, it's not your teachers, but it's probably a question of getting together so we can address it.
Self-employment is the best form of employment.
Your learning of today is not only for today, but for the future of this country.
Within the framework of the African Governance Architecture project implemented by ActionAid, the European Union supports the engagement of young people in issues of democracy, human rights, and good governance.
Article 31 of AFDEC speaks about the participation of youth, people with disability, and women. I want to stand here and say that people with disability do not have a state minister in this government. That Parliament enacts laws to regulate sexual offences.
We leave the most crucial part, that is sexual harassment in families and in church.
Cases of girls that have been sexually harassed, that have been exploited at their workplaces are over 300 cases. We want the parliament of this country. They have a mandate to protect our people. Where are they protecting these people?
Point of order, Honorable. The youth in Uganda.
You have to look out from the back, Honorable Speaker. So now allow me to present something on it.
1 minute. Now we are in the same track, right, Honorable Speaker. I wish to recognize the efforts of Faraja Africa Foundation, our co-conveners for this Youth Not Parliament 2019, our strategic partners ActionAid Uganda, Plan International Uganda, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and other partners.
Let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the Parliament of Uganda, through the leadership of the Right Honourable Speaker, for ensuring that young people are given space to participate in legislative processes as a part of their civic rights enshrined in Article 38 of the Constitution of Uganda.
I've received the petition. We shall be tabling it here in the House, together with the Hansard for your deliberations. Thank you very much and welcome.
Do you think you are the only person in that constituency? That honorable member should be taken out of the House.
These are young MPs, they still read mentorship. We don't read like to do that.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
The theme of the International Youth Day, transforming education.
We believe that in line with SDG 4, African governments should commit to continuous improvement in the quality of public education at all levels.
Put in place an education policy that harmonizes education management
and the interaction of stakeholders.
Why children fail in primary schools is because teachers don't have the time to attend, explain, and mark the books.
So while we are talking about education, let's consider the people with disabilities.
Early child marriage and school dropouts among the girls are still very high.
The motion I just moved is on the economic inclusion of the young people and a cross-border trade among East African communities.
We are talking about cross-border issues. Tanzania were advocating for South Sudan. Last week they have ordered them to have free visa. We don't know this.
Increases funding for the youth council, enable the youth representatives effectively perform their role. The youth are actually not enlightened in what is going on.
Most of the youth who are out of Kampala, even some who are in Kampala, don't even know the mandate of the National Youth Council.
Young people making 80% of total unemployment in the country, young women are disproportionately affected more than young men.
Externalization of labor.
90% of the people employed in top positions are foreigners.
We do not have a system as a country that captures the skills and goods produced by these youth.
You know, you find that youth, we have got an issue of unemployment. We don't.
I beg to move a motion for a resolution of the National Youth Parliament urging the government to put in place a post-COVID recovery measures for economic transformation of young people, including decent jobs, livelihoods, and employment opportunities. I beg to move.
Thank you so much. Can we have someone to second it?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament. I'm Mr. Pio Francis from Kalaki District, the current Speaker, Eastern Region. Basing on the motion on the table, I stand to second the motion moved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Opio. I want to remind the House that we are going to be mindful of time because we are out of time. We are looking at our colleagues who have come from far, like in Mbale, and they have to travel back. So we are going to give opportunity to 2 physical debaters and 2 online debaters. Please be mindful of time. Each will be using 2 minutes. Come on the table, discuss, don't waste time. Make sure you're direct to the point, because we'll not be giving pardons. I declare the floor open for debate. Yes.
Inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Can the mover justify
Thank you.
the motion before we proceed?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not in the mover, but I'm
I
the seconder.
said I want the mover to justify. So please, I haven't given you the permission. Thank you so much.
Right Honourable Speaker, as you are aware, Uganda registered its first COVID-19 patient in March 2020 from Entebbe International Airport. Since then, the numbers of COVID-19 victims has been increasing constantly, and it's based on this background that the government instituted its first lockdown. Right Honourable Speaker, this lockdown did not spare anyone, including youth-led business and enterprise. Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to remind this august House that the lockdown came with a lot of challenges, effects on the economic well-being of both youth and young people of Uganda. These challenges include loss of jobs, collapse of youth-led business, increase in rent and tax areas by the youth and youth ventures, increase in the level of teenage pregnancy, and worst of it all, loss of lives of our beloved youth. Right Honourable Speaker, to respond to the economic well-being and the livelihood of the youth in this country, the government, through its programming under the Ministry of Labour, Gender and Social Development, came up with the Youth Livelihood Program, Youth Venture Capital Fund, among others. However, these programs have been facing their own challenges, which is not the subject matter of discussion today. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to bring attention to this august House a new program entitled Parish Model. The program is unique, timely, appropriate to handle the current youth demand, but this does not indicate the percentage for the youth, yet the government plans to invest a total of 100 million per parish. This implies that the government, Right Honourable Speaker, will invest 1 trillion in financial year to support economic development of its citizen in the community. Isn't this good news for us? Of course, Right Honourable Speaker, it is. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2019, the government under the Youth Livelihood Program disbursed a total of over 37 billion shillings to the various youth programs in the country. According to the YLP report 2019, if we divide the above figure of 597 parishes that we have in this country, each parish will be entitled to only 3.5 shillings. Now imagine under the parish model where each parish will receive 100 million. How much should be for the youth? Right, Honorable Speaker, even if only 10% of the parish development model or the parish development allocation has been allocated to the youth, this translates into an investment worth 100 billion per year compared to the 37 under the Youth Livelihood Program. The allocation even gets better with the percentage. It's therefore of this interest of this motion, Right Honorable Speaker, that I recommend that 40% of the parish model of the parish development program allocation be earmarked for the youth empowerment to ensure that, one, for the first time in the record of this country, more investment is channeled towards the youth. Second, to create more investment opportunities for the youth. Third, and lastly, strengthen the monitoring and mobilization law of the youth leadership of the country. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Before you leave, I would like to ask, is that already your prayer? Is it already a prayer that you...
Yes, Honorable Speaker, yes.
Okay. The House is now open, as you've heard from the mover. I open the debates. Please be mindful of time. 2 minutes each. Yes, Honorable from the further end.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Joseph Sechizivu. Yes, on the subject matter of the discussion, I want to say government has taken all measures to see that we recover from this pandemic. The very first measure they have taken is vaccination. We all understand that through the COVAX facility, we receive vaccines. At least vaccinate all people in Uganda. Though we are not yet there, but government has made sure they tap the resource that is available at the market. But unfortunately, that our youth today and the young people have not taken part in the process. Many of them are shying away. You find that they put a vaccination center somewhere, you only find a handful of people, going for the vaccination. So how then do you expect this kind of measure to work when people are not cooperating with it and, following it up and to say that they are vaccinated? Because at the end of the day, even when you want to open the economy, you want to open everything to work, you must make sure people are alive, right? There's one rich man who said, the first investment you make in life is being alive. I think we all agree. You cannot get something good when you're dead. You must be alive. So government has tried so much to invest in vaccination, right? Then about the economic empowerment, government has put up the parish model thing. I want to say this kind of initiative is reaching down to the grassroots, because at the end of the day, the parish will benefit. 100 million is some good sum of money to benefit the youth down there, because at the parish is where we find the Omuntu ones they are trying to refer to. The Omuntu ones at the parish. So at the end of the day, let us just encourage our youth, the youth, to tap this kind of resource that is around, to tap the initiative, and they try to revamp their economic kind of growth, right? So I want to submit in that manner.
We should be mindful of gender, so we need a lady. Yes? Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'm Assessor Rachel from UNSA and National Youth Council. I think the solution to the subject, the youth-led enterprises, the government should involve the youth. Like, for example, we have seen the president trying to advise the youth to start up some skilling things and what, and we have seen the same government refusing, like not refusing, but not involving the youth in supplying. For example, we have the youth who have taken a step to start up some things so that they can. For example, some youth have started up like some projects like making liquid soap, but you find out that the government cannot move a step and find out whether these same youth have the support from the government. And we find that they have contracts they give contracts to big people instead of giving the youth those contracts. For example, if we have a function here and we have youth outside, like some group of youth who are good at decorating or tent stuff, and they involve them in such things. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I said specifically we are having 2 from physical, then we'll be having 2 online. I don't know whether they are ready, but we can have 1 from the virtual. Can we have it? Okay.
Thank you very much. I am Charles Donaldson Ogira, representing from Karamoja sub-region, mostly young people in the civil society. I would like to add my voice into the submission in regard to post-recovery interventions. I feel that the National Youth Parliament and the committee on the Council on Youth Governance should provide mental health services while considering strengthening the capacity of CSOs working in post-COVID pandemic programs to help young people recover from the challenges that comes with COVID. Further still, I feel that the multiple shocks that hit the citizenry, more so young people, affects more so the mental health of young people, affects them economically, and also it subjects them to double vulnerability because you can't go to school. The school is closed, and besides, you are in a lockdown, you can't operate some of the enterprises, so it subjects us to double vulnerability. For example, the young people in Karamoja is earmarked for being for engaging in cattle raids, which is subjecting the region to total insecurity. So if we have interventions that helps young people to recover from some of these activities, it will help us achieve a lot as a country working towards a strengthened economy. Further still, Karamoja was highlighted for financially recovering and with serious financial resilience, but the pandemic, but because of the pandemic and the insecurity at hand, has really subjected the young people to total jeopardy and confusion in earning livelihoods. So I request that the National Parliament and the youth MPs should help in ensuring that the voices from the grassroots are mapped to the national spheres, so much so that we are able to have a trickle-down effect. Further still, we find that there are young people engaging in mineral exploration in Karamoja, and they are highly manipulated in some of these businesses. So I request that the mineral institutions put in place should ensure that young people working in some of these mineral companies should be aligned to the national policies regarding the mineral extraction, such that they are not manipulated, such that they are able to earn a living. We are also seeing young people dying in some of this mineral exploration. But if we offer protection mechanisms for safe mineral exploration, we are also seeing government agencies trying to stifle on youth voices, advocating for a strengthened mineral system, where the effect of the economic bit trickles down for the advantage of some of these communities. But you find that
In some of these mineral exploration regions like Hoima and Karamoja, you find that the security operatives, the state actors, are defending in one way or the other, protecting some of these places from access, and they do not want information from some of these, from the young people who are operating to defend the institutions operating on mineral exploitation. So I also further add
Please
that
be mindful of time.
Parliament should assent on the Human Rights Protection Bill, where we are seeing young people in most cases coming up to defend the civic spaces. So I would really urge that through the Youth Parliament and the Youth MPs, we really respond to this as early as possible, so that we have a proper mechanism of addressing some of the shocks which comes with economic instabilities and during this pandemic. Thank you so much. I'd like to submit.
Thank you. Do we have someone else online? Then we'll give two opportunities to the ones in the house. Can you give us one?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm in the names of Dr. Victor Given, and I'm so happy to be in the house to give my submission. Honorable Speaker, anyone? Yeah, I'm giving my submission on this, on the government role on empowering the youth. I want to appreciate the government of Uganda for considering the youth, most especially creating a platform like this, so that our voices can be heard. And when you look at the COVID-19 pandemic, Honorable Speaker, and its impact on the youth, it has largely been felt. And that's why today we talk about issues of teenage pregnancies, and we talk about the youth involving in criminal activities, like being violent in some cases. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to give an example of last year during the campaign period, when the youths were blamed for causing violence, especially during Honorable Chagulanyi's campaigns. So when you look at such incidences, we rather consider why the youths participate in such kind of things than the youths, than saying the youths are participating or whatever. Why, before blaming the youths, it's better when we consider why the youths participate in some kind of things. One, I've come to realize the youths are not fully engaged in some in economic activity, maybe in politics, and that might be the reason why they take things that way. I want to submit to you, Honorable Speaker, that if the youths are fully engaged in such kind of in some kind of economic activities like the Emyoga and the forest development model, trust me, these youths, their minds can be won, and like they'll be able to participate in national activities with a lot of interest. And then the other thing is on the
Be mindful of time as you conclude.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
The government, as the government looks into things like putting some of those avenues for the youth, let's also consider things like tax incentives for the youth. Let's also put in mind that the things, Honorable Speaker, that the businesses, these small entities that the youth participate in are very small, that at the end you find that when the youths are taxed, you find the businesses obviously die.
Honorable.
They look at the supervision.
There is someone who has a point of information. Do you allow to take it? Do you have it?
Yes,
Honorable Speaker. I would ably want to start with the percentage of the young people in Uganda being 75. And we are speaking about post-COVID recovery measures of the young people. Who are the young people? The young people are us here. If the government cannot think of us on how we can ably, after COVID, think of the business that we have, then we shall surely become poor. I see they're giving us 10% of the Polish model. Is that really sense to someone who is young? 45% of the young people. I see the Honorable here. I feel through you, the Honorable, and through the through the National Youth Parliament, we should urge the government to give us a tax holiday after COVID, even with this period. Some of us have some businesses, but they are not working out. Why? Because the percentage is high. Can we see that this 10% they are giving to the parish model at least got 40? At least can we have the young people, the youth who are 75% of this nation, at least have a percentage of 50% on the parish model than having 10? Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At this very juncture, I would like to first of all applaud the effort of Madam Kanyesi Gemasi by bringing forward such a motion. However, I feel it is lacking in this regard, and I will inform to that very point. The 100 million that has been stated to be gazetted to the youth at the parish level is just not enough, and I'll explain why. Assuming that 1,000 youth are at the parish level, that leaves 100,000 shillings per youth to start up a business. If we are talking about decent livelihood, decent jobs, 100,000 is not decent enough for a youth to live on, but not only start a business. To add furthermore to that, if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker, we need to talk about the problem that is plaguing Uganda and the youth. The solutions that are being provided today are not up to par with the problems we are facing. We have 400,000 graduates and 9,000 jobs. Therefore, the solutions we are providing, or the government should be giving, need to be up to scale with that very demand. What do these solutions look like, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me again? We need to start investing in high growth startups and businesses. Businesses that are revolutionary, businesses that are tech, businesses that once invested into are able to create 30,000 jobs, 40,000 jobs. This is what the government needs to do. And in that very regard, I would like to inform that we improve this motion and actually ask for venture capital gazetting, for grants to startups, for accelerators and incubators being funded by the government, and further investment other than the 100 million. Because we need decent livelihood. I beg to rest my case. Collins Mbolachalo, co-founder of WAPI, Revolutionizing Creating Jobs and Careers.
Thank you so much. Allow me to notify you, honorable members, you're not allowed to raise a point of information when there is no current speaker. So make sure you have someone on the floor before you raise up your hand for information. Allow me to recognize the National Youth MP, Honorable Fiona Namtoro. You're here. You're most welcome. And please, members, let's be mindful of time, because I'll not be like clicking the microphone every time to remind you of time. We are very many, and most of us have not even said a word, and we have to leave this august house at least having mentioned that even a single word like this, because you're representing somewhere, and they have to see you speak something. And please let it be sense. Thank you so much. I'm going to allow only 2 here, and if you have not even spoken, please put up your hand. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name is Emmanuel Vale. I work for Restless Development. We love young people. I just want to re-emphasize and provide some perspective on the previous speaker about high growth sectors. We recently commissioned a study in partnership with the Mastercard Foundation about youth businesses. And the biggest challenge we have, especially with elite's approach to business, is thinking that the majority of young people are into tech. What we found is that actually, for us to create the biggest number of jobs, we've got to support small-scale enterprises. And we don't mean small and medium-scale enterprises. We don't mean $30,000, $10,000. So, while the suggestion about increasing the portion of funding for the parish model is well-founded, we've got to be mindful about the dynamics of young people and who young people are. We are not just talking about urban. We should be now segmenting the different types of young people we want to empower. So that's very, very important. And for the most part, most of the young people will be running businesses worth what you've just talked about, under 100,000. So there's also a great opportunity for us to support and scale them and grow with them. If you went downtown, even Kampala, and asked a roadside vendor about their capital, some will tell you, yeah, as I conclude. Let's not dream. Let's be realistic and encourage the small-scale business enterprise to thrive.
Thank you so much. This is our last, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the members of the Youth Parliament. My name is Sam Ogwal. I am the Secretary for Finance to the National Youth Council. Right Honorable Speaker, we are living in a time whereby the youth demand is rising, and the demands are not ending. And one of the demands is the need for capital. Right Honorable Speaker, if we look at the parish model, clearly, the 100 million is not the end, but it can support something within the community. Right Honorable Speaker, my call of prayer is that actually if we young people can advocate for more percentage to go toward the youth development of this country, I would actually welcome such an idea. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I implore Right Honorable members in the House to ensure that we tapped onto the available and all the available opportunities in this country if we want to move forward. I acknowledge the issue of tax. I acknowledge the issue of small-scale industry, but we want all these things to come together. Anything that contributes toward the youth development of this country, let's be assertive and ensure that we hold what is belonging to us other than us lamenting. It's an opportunity for us. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And thank you too. Can I have the mover of the motion to take the favor?
Thank you, honorable members, for the support on this motion. And I want to assure you it will create a change. If we are given 40% on the parish model, I really want to assure you that. Thank you so much.
The leader, government business.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. Talking about the motion, moving the motion urging government to put in place post-COVID recovery measures for the economic transformation of young people. As most of you have said, the government has really tried in doing a lot. I know the percentage allocated for the youth is not enough. Still, as we said, we're taking note of everything, and it is upon us, the leadership of the 4th National Youth Parliament, together with the National Youth Council, to see that these issues are taken into consideration. But just in case things don't come, because we talk about practicability, the leader of opposition was like, practicability cannot be achieved. It's not achieved, but we should keep in mind that it cannot be achieved in one day. So you cannot expect maybe tomorrow the percentage to increase from 10% to 40%. But what I can just urge the young people out there is let us embrace these programs that are meant for us. And this money, supposed to be, most of the government support is like revolving fund. Most young people are running away from paying back. I don't know why they are very scared of paying back. And that's the reason why youth livelihood has collapsed in most of the districts in the whole country. So you don't want to take the responsibility of going to invest the money and returning back. That's why, personally, I really support the idea of startup capital, because we have the youth venture capital, which is having a very low percentage of 10% per annum. But getting it is not easy, because you go to the bank, they will tell you you need to have something that we can support. And now, as a youth who doesn't have any capital, where do you expect the youth to get the capital from? So thank you very much for all your deliberations. We are taking note, and we shall do our best to follow up and see that all these resolutions are discussed and they come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Leader of Opposition, please step forward.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members in the August House, I would like first of all to start by quoting what I had in the recent, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija.
Honorable, please mention your name.
I am by the names of Obedgiu Samuel. I am the Leader of Opposition of the August House. Yes. Yeah, so I would like first of all to quote what Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Finance Minister, stated in a recent one of a recent interview in regards to post-COVID recovery for the citizens, that all private schools who have debt-related issues should sell their properties and clear those debts. That is what Honorable Matia Kasaija stated, your Finance Minister. So at this juncture, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like first of all to make this very clear and bring some proposals which are really substantial in these regards. One, you put aside the loans that Uganda got from the IMF and all this stuff. They recently, just a few weeks ago, very few people know about this, but I would request every member of the August House to go and do research about. Uganda was given 2 trillion shillings SDR, special drawing rights, free money. IMF printed money and gave Uganda 2 trillion to struggling countries, not only Uganda, but all other struggling countries which are members of the IMF were given money. But for Uganda, it was given 2 trillion, free money. Were printed and given to them. I don't know. Right now, government has not come clearly to tell us how the money will be used, which sectors will benefit from that, and how the money will be allocated. And also, they've not come out to tell us. Even in the parliament here, we've not heard. So this is one thing that we will propose, that since government has gotten this free money, why don't they even just put 1 trillion shillings to help schools that like private schools to recover, to help them clear their debts, to help us, because right now, as I speak, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, you should know that, and members of the House, you should know that over 1,000 private schools right now are risking closure. These banks, these foreign financial institutions we have in Uganda, they are after private schools. There was a time I saw like there were 600 schools already on sale because they failed to clear debts. Our children will come back to school. Our children will come back to school and find. Actually, they will not find the schools that they were studying in before, especially for private schools. So we request government to intervene and also plan a proper package to the private schools. Now, allow me to proceed, because this I'm presenting on behalf of the option, members of the August House.
You have to be mindful of time.
Yeah. Then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I think there is what we call our insolvency law. There is what we call a temporary insolvency law. In layman terms, they call it bankruptcy law. I think our insolvency law wasn't, when they were formulating it didn't envision rough times like COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's high time we go and amend the insolvency law to protect the debtors from the money lenders.
because these money lenders have become nightmares. They're selling people's properties. The other time I was moving in Gulu, over 9 properties, just consecutively. You find bank property, bank property, bank property. Why? Because they fail to pay back loan. Who brought this problem? Is not us. It's not a crime to be in a lockdown. It was government that brought us the lockdown, closed their businesses. So the issue is we want them to also protect us, give us time to clear the loans. So Bank of Uganda has not come with any standard information. Of course, rescheduling of loan is only done once constitutionally. But I think Bank of Uganda should come and give us more time to reschedule, even 5 times because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Is that in relation to the motion?
It's in relation to the motion because it's the COVID-19 recovery mode, isn't it?
Please conclude.
As I conclude, because to conclude I must. I hear young people here make it, I hear all members of the August House saying that we need money. Yeah? If we don't have a conducive environment to use those money, it's as useless as not.
Thank you so much. Please. I want to thank the honorable members for the debate on the motion before us, and also thank the leader of government and the opposition. You know, when you give chance to the opposition, they can tend to exaggerate everything. So please, the leader of opposition, you have to speak in relation to the motion. Don't exaggerate the House, okay? So I want to pose a question to the House. So it is now time for adoption. Those in favor of the motion say aye. And those not in favor say nay. Those in favor of the motion can say aye. So the aye have it. Next item.
Item 12 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of the National Youth Parliament urging government to urgently address issues affecting the youth in business and support them to recover from the crisis presented by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'm here to move a motion for a resolution of National Youth Parliament urging government to urgently address issues affecting the youth in business and support them to recover from the crisis presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. I beg to move.
The seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'm called Ahums of Grace from Western Region, specifically Kabarole District. I'm here to second the motion that has just been moved by Honorable Yusuf. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Please, Honorable Yusuf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. I'm moving this motion because you're all aware that COVID-19 has not left us the same since we're back in 2020. Uganda is one of the governments that is seen as one government that has a lot of small and medium enterprises, and most of these ones, about 28% of them are under the age of the young people, between the age of 18 and 34. So, Madam Speaker, as I stand here to move this motion, I would love to tell you that the government of Uganda announced an economic stimulus package to the implementation during the financial year 2021 in the medium term in order to boost economic growth. The package sought to restore household income, reinstate business activity through the provision of tax deferments and increase in government spending lowering interest rates, and provision of access to credit to support micro, small, and medium enterprises, among others. The economic stimulus package was to be implemented through the three major institutions, that is to say, Uganda Development Bank, Uganda Development Corporation, and the Microfinance Support Center. To my surprise, Madam Speaker, all these funds that were set out were not in line with support to the young people. They were generally for the businesses. And these ones, for example, the ones that were to be accessed from the Uganda Development Bank were to be accessed by those big businesses that are at a very smaller percentage are owned by the young people. So, however, despite the money being provided for COVID-19 recovery, startup businesses have not been benefited because the Uganda Development Bank stated that it can only give out money to committed and financial stable enterprises. So where do we leave the young people who are running businesses that are not stable? The other initiatives such as Yoga and Youth Livelihood. My honorable colleague here mentioned about something to do with Youth Livelihood being in position. I want to inform her that Youth Livelihood program was scrapped off and we don't have it anymore. So as Honorable who moved the previous motion was requesting that the government adds us a percentage in this yoga program or the parish model program, I would move with her at the time of my prayer, but then I wanted us to know that the Youth Venture Capital Fund that a honorable colleague mentioned is also not in existence. So as we discuss, let's be mindful of that we don't have the Youth Venture Capital Fund. Even if it were there, it is segregative in the sense that they can't give you if you don't have anything. So if you don't have, you can't access. And we are talking of somebody to start up. So if we don't have such a program that will enable one to start up a business, then we are not discussing business. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yusuf. As you've heard from him, I don't know how many of us here have ever benefited from the Livelihood Fund, by show of hands, before asking. For those who have ever benefited from the Livelihood Fund, so I believe there is no one. So what are we going to discuss? What are we discussing? If seriously.
The government is...
Okay, I declare the floor open for debating. You have to. Can I give a chance to that lady putting on? Is it a rosa? Then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Nachigude Maria Speria. And on the issue that has been stated, the idea that we have been through a very serious COVID system has put down the businesses. And I think one way is to basically implement what they say as far as taxes are concerned. But even when they put up these initiatives for the young people, say the loans and all that, let them not make them very bureaucratic and unrealistic and also hence very hard to access by these young leaders or the people who are actually venturing in for such businesses. So my argument therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, is that they make these funds available, they cut the bureaucratic process that even makes it harder for the already frustrated youth. And also when they talk about implementing the tax holidays, they should be indeed implemented and not just spoken about, and then at the end of the day, before we know it, there is actually nothing in place. And I believe that that way we shall be able to recover from the economic dilemma for the youth.
Supplement. Please submit.
Supplement.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would love to react. My name is Alan Abenawe Bwebare. I'd love to react from the submission of Honorable Nachigude Maria Speria.
For a fact, Madam Speaker, allow me speak to some of the specific things that we've not given the urgent need that they deserve. Government has put in place specific measures in order to enable the youth recover amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. But some of the youth are very lazy. Some of them actually want these monies brought to their homesteads. Others do not want to go through the bureaucratic procedures, as she has said. If you cannot go through a bureaucratic procedure for you to access that money, how sure are we that if we bring it to your bed, you're not going to sleep with it? So it's time for us to also act. If the money is there, if the stimulus package has been put in UDB or Microfinance Support Center, it is your initiative as a youth, if you have a business, to go access, explain yourself, and go through all the formal procedures for you to access that money. The fact that you're a youth should not give you an opportunity to just evade the formal structures in place for you to access that money. I do submit.
Honorable, to clarify on that, there's no youth who is lazy. Every youth is active, only that they need sensitization. So it should always be not. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the House at large. I am so much passionate when it comes to business because in the private sector it employs the majority of the people. Now, from my experience, when we even look back before COVID, statistics clearly shows that many business collapsed before celebrating their first birthday. And good enough, we have been, I'm one of the, under the umbrella of the business development, offering business development services for small and medium enterprises, and I've managed to support more than 100 companies which are owned by young people. And some of the suggestions which I will make is I feel some of these funds that the government allocates are so much politicized. So I will request that if there is a way to actually set what they call the Youth Development Bank under the umbrella of the Uganda Development Bank to, and all these funds like the Youth Livelihood, the so-called whatevers, has limited access. Because when you look at the Uganda Development Bank, there's a lot that is required, like collateral and whatever. So some of those requirements are being minimized that the youths can actually access. And I've heard so many times the president speaking about moving from small scale to big. Now, if I want to enter into commercial farming, I need to buy a tractor, but I don't have that collateral to get money from the development bank to buy that. So can the Youth Development Bank enable me to be able to access that fund to buy a tractor in order to scale on my production? And then the second thing is...
Honorable, 30 seconds. Honorable, you're notified. There is a point of information through you. Can we allow?
So, yeah, so I will also request the government
Are you allowing a point of information?
Yeah,
raised?
sure.
Who raised it?
So I will request the government to open regional center of excellencies to help to offer business development services. It's very, very important because if you just give out funds to individuals who have never undergone training in bookkeeping, in marketing, in sales and all that, you're wasting time. They will definitely divert the fund to do their own personal
Thank
things.
you so much.
So we need business regional center of excellency to act as a think tank and also offer business development services for these enterprise, these young people who have started enterprises.
Thank
At
you
the
so
end of the
much.
day.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Honorable, we know it's your field of expertise. When we speak of money, we see that kind of, I don't know how you express youths are in love with money. Can you have someone else? Hajat.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Marina Salma from Barara, Woman Councillor, and the Deputy Speaker, Barara City. I think the government has put a lot. The government has put a lot of programs, but I think we youth, we the young people, we are, as some speaker had said, we are dormant. We are not coming out to get the information we are supposed to get and what we are supposed to be doing. For example, the government is going to keep bringing these programs. For example, it has brought the parish model program. But recently I called my chairperson of the parish asking him, have you got the information about the parish model program? And he was like, Salma, for us, we don't know anything. No one has even informed us about this program. So meaning, I have seen our youth MP. I think these structures from down, they're supposed to come up so that they help these young leaders to inform these other young people about the programs so that they embrace everything that the government has put up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Salma. Please. I think you'll be speaking as we'll be getting some two members from the online. Please, members from the technical team, prepare those two.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So my contribution is fundamentally oscillating on about 4 fundamental considerations. The first is, before time we've had the Youth Venture Capital Fund and the Youth Livelihood Fund, right? So what lessons do we have from those 2 funds that are going to guide our application to Emyoga, right? Because from the look of things, we seem to be applying the same wine, the same old bottles, and expecting a different taste, right? So we need to understand, is there a comprehensive report on how the UVCF was done and the ULF was done, and what are we learning from that to see that we're doing Emyoga differently in the parish model sort of setting, right? That's the first thing. Secondly, my colleague, Honorable Alan, made allusion to the laziness of the youth. I beg to disagree. The youth are not lazy, but the cost of formalization is where the problem is, right? The requirements are needed to formalize our businesses. They're so stringent that you might think we are lazy, right? And that's why we try to avoid them. And yet formalization is the only way we can, go to UDB and even URSB to get some of these particular funds.
Honorable.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Remember, you have 2 minutes and you have already used them.
Oh, much obliged, Madam Speaker. 30 seconds? Yes, okay. Madam Speaker, in 30 seconds, I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that if the youth are going to invest fundamentally and participate inclusively in the socio-economic transformation of this country, when it comes to commercial agriculture, artisanship, and industry, we need to look at capacity building and also look at the business development platforms that we have, because we give these youths money, but without guiding them on how best to use it. So we assume they know how to use it, and if they can't return it. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Someone from the online?
Madam,
you have Honorable Nzangale Bernard. Please be mindful of time. You have 2 minutes to submit.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Hello, Ugandans. My name is Bernard for record. I'm from Kaseti. Madam Speaker, the move of the member urgently acted. I would like to remind the House that last year during the State of Nation address, the President General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni said they were working and they were going to allocate billions of money to UDC and UDB. Madam Speaker, in this country there is a problem of a word called Gamba Nogu. This means that, and locally translated as talk to this one. There is a problem. You posed a question to the honorable members who had benefited from the money, and no one showed even a sign of at least a neighbor having benefited from the said money. There is a city in this country called Gulu, where Operation Wealth Creation Funds, it's now a hub of Operation Wealth Creation Funds. No youth is benefiting from these funds. It's only a mistaken identity. As we talk in the last election.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Me, I want to talk about the issue of the funds that have been sent to the youth. These funds, it's very hard to access. One, there are some policies that have been put. For example, if for you to have that money, for you to access that money, maybe to apply for the loan, you have to be having like 1 million in your account. Yet you find that this is a poor youth who is not having any money. So I don't think this youth will be able to access that money. I think some policies concerning that money should be corrected for the youth to be able to access the money. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you so much. I want to give this chance to Utungisa Edgar to say something, then the mover will come.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think one thing we ought to understand, and perhaps as the government discontinue, is the idea of organization, structures, systems. Those kind of statements are the best and biggest barrier to the youth in this country. I think there is no any way we shall ever retain or have these youth join these structures when we continue to push and say we need it to be organized in a certain group. That's the major problem with all government policies and interventions. Why? Because when you say we need organized youth, you're talking about the youth that maybe belong to National Youth Council, the youth that maybe belong to Activista, who are really far fewer in comparison to the many that we ought to target. So I think it's important that the government not to portray that it's up to you, you're lazy or something, just like the way they force us to go for vaccination in those kind of lines, they should also force those kind of successes. That is to say, the government ought to organize these youth and not to expect them just to be organized. That for things like empowerment, for things like employment, funds, you ought to be organized. But then for things like vaccination, we force you, to be organized. We think the same force of organization should apply because they have the structures, they know where we operate, they know we are from the universities. So we think that's very important. But secondly, I think it's very important then to look at what is this cause really? Do people necessarily the young youth don't care about these government programs, or do these models of we shall give this system, we have this necessarily work for us? I don't think it does. So what I think that we need is therefore one, to abandon structures and create as a government the organization, not expecting these guys to be organized, but secondly, not focus on giving them money because they won't access UDB,
Honorable, through you, there is a point of information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Chikomeko Ian, representing youth from the civil society. I'm also the Executive Director of Touch the Heart Uganda. I don't concur. I would like to inform the precurrent speaker that forcing us into success is never a way to go. We should force ourselves into success. And one of the ways this honorable house is going to do that is if government really attaches meaning to our youth parliament, we are going to have to constitute a committee to investigate together with the government organs what is wrong with the programs that are concerning with the youth and what package do they have for us. Then if this is not the last session, we shall deliberate next time. Thank you.
Please.
I think I'm still on.
I thought you had already finished.
It was information.
Okay.
So.
Conclude.
All right. So that information, I don't think the first thing I'm talking about is forcing you to stick to join business. The first thing I'm talking about is that the government can help these guys to be organized. Not you sitting down and expecting that because you put up UDB, so a certain Edgar Sama will access the UDB. The fact of the matter is that people like Ture Patricks and all those guys are the ones who have that easy access. These are age mates, they are friends, so those are the barriers we ought not to become philosophical about. The reality is those systems don't work, and that language should be abandoned. Committees were discussed in the last parliament. Committees. We can't keep in committees. That ought to be an action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, Honorable Grace, you have, please, you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm called Ahumza Grace, the District Female Youth Councillor Kabarole. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I feel offended when I see a fellow youth leader stand here and call our fellow youth leaders on the ground that they are lazy. They don't know what they do. Really, honorable members, I think we are all aware that we vote these leaders. They have these positions, but they are not empowered. They are not inducted. They don't know what to do, when to do it, and where to get the information from. Really, we have our national leaders here. Instead of embarrassing our fellow youth leaders that they are lazy, kindly let us tell them our issues so that they can work on them. Our fellow youth leaders on the ground are not empowered with knowledge and skills at all about what they are supposed to do. Madam Speaker, regarding on poor business framework conditions, we cannot talk about this and we do away with the government programs and projects for youth. Again, it comes to the youth. Honorable members, if the government can reduce on the numbers of the projects that are brought in place, like for example, you find a group of 30 youth leaders is given 10 million. Can really this 10 million have impact on 10 youth leaders or youth? So we have our youth leaders at the national level. We are saying, please go back on the ground. Check, there is a big space there because a number of the group members that are supposed to benefit from these government programs is huge and it cannot create some. Another thing is our fellow youth leaders are given money. They are not sensitized about the businesses they are conducting. And we are very aware that some youth down there in our districts put in these programs just to get this money and go and use it for different things. So we are saying if we can sensitize and empower these youth groups before we give them this money, these projects will have some impact on the ground. Maybe lastly, Madam Speaker, it's my humble appeal that if as youth leaders, we can get successful youth as role models to our fellow youths on the ground, it can mean a lot. Some youths fear using this money and they think it's small. But we have these successful leaders who began from nowhere, but now they are successful. If we can bring on ground these role models and they motivate our fellow youths, I believe the government projects will have impact on the youth of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Grace. I think your point is already directed to Honorable Nyamutoro. She's already a role model, and she's in position to know that. I'm going to give chance to this Hajat. She has been putting up her hand for a very long time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would get out of this house with a very, very crying heart. I'm Honorable Siema Atkunda from Mwende District, representing the females of Mwende District in the National Youth Council. I'm a youth in business. I have a company called Yema Quality Products. We produce hand sanitizers and other products. So if at all this motion was closed before I speak, it would really hurt me. First and foremost, what I think the government can do, what the honorable members have already talked about was tax holidays. I stand to emphasize this, that many companies, not only even those that are led by youths, but many businesses that have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic need to be levied off these taxes. They need a tax holiday because during the pandemic, business wasn't going on well for them. So it's one way we can help the youths come back into business by reducing all, scrapping off the taxes that are accruing from the times we've been in the lockdown. And the other thing, we talk about capital boost to these businesses as a way of bringing these youth-led enterprises back to normal. One thing I want to mention here is we saw the 11th Parliament, an approval of shillings 162 billion that was being approved to boost up businesses led by youths. So I want to request honorable members of this House to really see this as something that we need to discuss and have in our resolutions that on this 162 billion.
Just wind up.
Okay, thank you. On this 162 billion, how I wish we direct it to youth-led enterprises because they've been really affected. As one way of bringing them back to normal, we can have this money directed to these youth-led enterprises. And the other thing, we realize Facebook has been one of the platforms as youths we use to market our products. The fact that we've had arcades closed, we can't afford the rent in these arcades. How I wish the Facebook platform is open again for the youths to continue marketing their products on these platforms.
Thank you so much.
Right, Honorable, 1 minute. For the youth leaders that have been standing, please.
30 seconds.
All right, thank you. That youth leaders are not lazy and we are never lazy, or else any youth is not lazy because this, we've not been empowered, as someone said. We see the CDOs in our districts and the focal persons, they're not youth. How I wish these positions were taken up by youths who could be fully involved and informed. So I stand here to say that let youth programs be run by youths, not people who are not youths. Because youth for youth is what I stand for. We know ourselves, we know who are hurt, we know what we can do for ourselves and for our people down there. Thank you so much. I remain CM Atukunda, the sanitizer lady.
Thank you very much, the sanitizer lady. I hope everyone who doesn't have a sanitizer, she has already given you some. I don't know whether on promotion or on what, for free? No, money, please. I'm going to give chance to those ones who have not even opened, opened their mouth. Actually, if you have not even put up your hand. Just 2 people. I say those are familiar faces. People from that side. I don't know whether you put up your hand or have you tried to open. 2 people. Be good to your friends. At least if you've said something, don't put up your hand. We're giving chance to 2. Let them speak out. Yes. 2. Female, male. I think we'll pick someone else. That gentleman. Regan. Yeah. Regan will speak too. Please sit. Let her first finish.
Oh, finally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
The hustle has been well. I'm called Esther Nancha. I am a veterinary doctor by profession, and I'm the vice chairperson of the National Youth Council. We have been discussing about the youth programs that have been brought on board by government. But the issue is, many have been scrapped off and new ones being brought on board. What really caused the other government programs to fail? Before we take up the new government programs and encourage others to join up, I think government should first of all find out what happened in the previous program, why did it fail, find a little solutions to those, and then bring in new programs. Because I think even if they keep on bringing thousands and thousands of programs without solving the issues of the previous program, we are not going to prosper. Truth is, youth leaders, actually the present youth leaders, the ones you have elected, are eager. They want to know what's happening, they want to learn, they want to involve other youth in the villages, but they are not informed. You go to a CDO who is supposed to inform the youth, they also do not know about the program. Currently, we are encouraging youth leaders to join the parish model, but even the CDOs who are supposed to talk to them do not know about the program. So the thing is, yes, we need to mobilize and inform the youth leaders, but what are those challenges that prevented the previous programs from performing at least 80%? That is my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't know why they were keeping quiet here. They have things to air out. Please don't always wait for us to ask you to put up your hand. Huh? Yes, please.
Finally. My name is Mwenda Regan. I am representing Kampala, Uganda. I'm part of the Activista program. So I will speak to the bureaucracies and the structural bureaucracies. Now, when government is shaping these structural bureaucracies, they need to put in consideration the demographic divide. When you bring a Myoga fund and the only prerogative to getting the Myoga funds is registering as a circle, yet we still have districts in Uganda which don't have any URSB office. We have youths in Uganda who can't afford lawyers, and they actually don't even know anything about formalization. It brings back to what Mr. Edgar was telling us here. The government needs to find where these youths are. If it is the institutions of higher learning, if it is slums, let them reach out to these young people, organize them, shape them, and then that way we shall not have the demographic divide as part of the problems. And plus, the government also needs to improve on its structures as far as implementation is concerned. You are talking about young people registering when we have districts in Uganda that don't have any URSB office. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give opportunity to Naiga for just 30 seconds. Please say something. Naiga. Honorable Naiga, please.
Thank you, Speaker. But then, however, my motion I would wish to talk about is not in regard to the youth unemployment. It's in regards to the menstrual reproductive health of the youth. Yes, we cannot move, which we cannot move, maybe unless later is when I can be called up to elaborate on it.
Thank you so much, Naiga. I think you've already submitted. She has submitted, at least she has said something. Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, I can elaborate on the youth unemployment.
Yes, I asked you to say something.
Yes, I retract my statement. I retract my statement.
You know why I asked you to say something? Because we were together in the race. So I would look very bad if I don't give you a chance.
No, I had spoken to the clerk. No, Madam Speaker, I had spoken to the clerk to move my motion. I wasn't given a chance by Mr. Ezra to talk about menstrual health amongst the youth, and it's what I wanted to talk about. But being given the platform to talk about youth unemployment, I still believe I have a voice to talk about this.
We'll organize for that.
Thank you Ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please, the mover, do the needful. Thank you so much for your information. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. As I said, my name is Gidud Yusuf, the mover of the motion. My prayer to the House, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, one, I would urge government to put up a COVID relief fund for youth startup businesses. My second prayer, the government should allocate about 40% of the parish model monies to the young people in business and agribusiness in compensation for YLOP. My third prayer is the government should restate the Youth Venture Capital Fund and amend to allow starters access the money on low interest. My fourth prayer, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is the government should think of developing a youth development bank, as honorable members had suggested, to enable the young people access the monies in the bank, like the microfinance support centers and the development bank. Let's have a specific bank for the youth. My fifth and last prayer should be the government should do a post-mortem on the programs that have failed, have a report before rolling new programs. If we are not going to assess what caused the other program to collapse, then we shall not do anything as a parliament. And I want to end by saying, it raised a lot of tension here that the youth are dormant and the likes. I have my RCC, my former RCC, she always says, the youth are not useless, but they are used less. So I beg that the government uses us more to have us deliver where we would, to have us delivered where they would wish us to be. I beg to move, Right Honorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yusuf. The Leader of Government, Business, please use 1 minute.
Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, once again, I'm Honorable Asianju Sylvia Cynthia from Arua. I don't want to take a lot of time. I want to just clarify on 2 issues. The first one is the Youth Livelihood Program. I'm very aware that it's already scrapped off, and in my submission, I said the reason why it has failed in most districts is because the youth are not responsible enough to return back the loan that they have borrowed. I can give you a live example. If you think I'm lying, in my own cell, the youth were given around 10 million and they did the project so well, but at last they never returned back the money. And then about the youth venture capital, I am also a live example. This August, I got a loan from the bank. So stop talking about it has been scrapped off. I'm telling you it's there. After here, you can ask me the procedures. They only need 2 things, the LC1 letter and a letter from the town clerk. I don't know about other people who are in the districts, but only 2 letters, not a lot of things involved. So let us try to find out these things before we come and we be complaining. Then about the bureaucracies involved, we have Emioga now, where we have a youth circle, where the leadership is also for the youth, but still the youth are not embracing. I want to talk about live examples again. When we went as youth leaders to tell the youth that you need a subscription fee of 10,000 and a membership fee of 10,000 to register in a group in order to have money to register in the main circle, they were like, we don't have money. You want to eat our money. So they didn't want to release 20,000 to register, but they wanted to have the money free of charge. So let's work on our attitude as youth. Let's be positive. When they say that Emioga is there, go and find out. When they say youth venture capital is there, go and find out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Leader of Opposition, please use 1 minute. Strictly 1 minute. Before he even says something, you're raising point of information to who? She's already out. She's off the floor. You were supposed to raise it when she was on.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to really appreciate fellow colleagues for elaborating on this subject matter. But to add on to what my colleagues have stated, one, I think the youth venture capital kind of a provision in Uganda, it is not following the principle that govern venture capital, the internationally recognized principle that govern venture capital. Then 2, I think, of course, that I need we propose that it be revised to shoot the status quo. Two, I would like also to say that, like I think there is a perspective that we are talking about issues of money given to young people. You hear, Madam Prime Minister, you came with a Myoga, Youth Livelihood Fund, you came with what? There are very many government interventions that has come in place. And all missions and all its objectives, you hear it's about eradication of poverty, it's empowerment of young people, but the issue is, it's not really impacting. It's not impacting. So what I can say is that, I think I see government of Uganda giving tax holidays to these foreign investors. Yeah? Why don't they give us the young people tax holidays? Yes. They should give us tax holidays, because nowadays you find a scenario whereby a business just started yesterday, but URA is now crying that you give us money. URA yesterday was celebrating 30 years of existence, but even in the middle of a pandemic, I saw the other time the Prime Minister coming out that Ugandans are not paying, is it income tax? You are demanding money from us, you have locked us down, we are suffocating inside there. No, I think things need to be changed. I beg to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of Opposition, and thank you, honorable members, for the debate on the motion before us. I also thank the Leader of Government Business, and the Leader of Opposition seems to be very tired. He's over-breathing. Thank you. It is now for the time for adoption, and I would like to put a question for the adoption of the motion. For those ones in favor, say aye. It's not a matter that you should say aye every time. You can even change. You can be somehow, eh? May those in favor of the motion say aye. And those contrary say nay. The aye have it all. So I want to take this opportunity for myself. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to chair this meeting. And thank you for giving me your mandate. I'm really very
Inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I didn't permit you to say something. You just called Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Please, before you're given chance, I was saying something. You have something burning. And what is that? 30 seconds. Then we come.
Okay, Madam Speaker, thank you for the 30 seconds. I want to inquire whether we are still using the same order paper that we adopted earlier, because I see item 11 on the order paper have been significantly ignored and no information has been given.
Honorable Daniel, by the time the parliament began, you were not in the house, and yet you were the one supposed to move the motion. So the motion was skipped because you were not here.
Order.
Thank you
Madam
very
Speaker.
much. Please, denied. It is denied. No more point of information, no more point of order. So thank you very much, honorable members. I want to applaud you to really stay. Keep
Inquiry, Madam
attending.
Speaker.
Order, Madam
What did I
Speaker.
say?
Inquiry.
Honorable members, thank you very much for participating in this exercise. And because of time, we cannot continue with other motions on the order paper. Are we clear?
No.
So the House is adjourned. So before we close it, we have some closing remarks from these people here. So please sit and listen to them. And please, for those ones who are going to give us the closing remarks, I beg that we use 2 minutes each because we're out of time. Curfew. So I'll take this opportunity to invite the clerk to Parliament to say something. You're welcome.
Right Honorable Speaker,
the honorable members, youth members of parliament for Northern Uganda and the National Female Youth Member of Parliament, distinguished members of the National Youth Parliament. I am here to deliver the appreciation of the Honorable Clerk to Parliament, who is not able to be with us this afternoon at this closing ceremony. He has asked me to inform you that he is humbled by your commitment to matters that affect the young people of Uganda. He says that the future of Uganda lies in the young people, and that by what he witnessed today, he has no doubt that the future of Uganda is guaranteed because of the quality of the young people and the quality of the debate they have exhibited here. In that regard, the Clerk to Parliament is fully committed to continue providing this platform for the young people to keep raising their voices and be heard all over the country. Finally, the Clerk to Parliament recognizes two young people, a young man and a young lady, who came here today as young people without the expectation of additional responsibilities. But within 5 minutes, they were prepared to act as technocrats in this honorable house. And they exercised their duties with diligence and passion. And because of that, the Clerk to Parliament has given a small token of appreciation for their exercise of excellent service to the Youth Parliament. Invite them to receive these small gifts from the Office of the Clerk to Parliament, the Sergeant at Arms, and the Clerk at Table. Please. Congratulations. I can also let you know that the Speaker gave a token of appreciation already to those who acted in political offices, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, and the Leader of the Opposition. So this is from the technical side. Congratulations. I wish you the best, a safe journey to your destinations, and all the best in your pursuit of the youth agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clerk to Parliament. So I'm going to invite the Youth MP Northern Uganda. Please, you're welcome. If he's not around, then I'll take this opportunity to welcome the National Female Youth MP, Madam Honorable. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Fiona Nyamtoro, and I'm the National Youth Member of Parliament. I had some honorable colleagues here introduce themselves and say, I am Honorable so-and-so. I thought I should let you know that it is unacceptable for you to refer to yourself as honorable. A honorable is a title that is earned and that is given due to respect. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate you and the Speaker of the National Youth Parliament for being voted to chair this session. Personally, it is my first time to interface with the Youth Parliament, and I must commend you for taking interest in matters of national importance. I was very impressed by how you have played the roles very well, especially the Leader of Opposition. When I saw him, I thought to myself, I am recommending Honorable Matthias to have such a hairstyle, because that's how a Leader of Opposition looks like. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to advise that the next National Youth Parliament, we are accorded an official lunch break.
so that members can maintain sugar levels for a high-intensive debate. I convey apologies from the Deputy Speaker of the 11th Parliament, Right Honourable Anita Among. Due to unavoidable circumstances, she's not able to join us, but she has sent her warm regards and has been entirely with us in spirit. On behalf of my honourable colleagues, the regional youth members of Parliament, we also want to assure you that Parliament is committed to centralising the interests of young people, and we look forward to hosting more and more youth parliaments as a means of encouraging young people as active participants in legislation, in decision-making, and democracy as a whole. When my honourable colleagues were submitting the part of the session that I was able to attend, I noted quite a number of few things that I thought I should briefly highlight about before we can officially adjourn for the next session. Being a young person comes with a lot. As we are all aware, it is a transitional stage. You don't get to be young forever. What is important are the footprints you leave during the time that you are young. And because of that, I want to thank you for particularly being that type of a young person that wants to use their voice to add on to the betterment of other young people in this country. Knowing the strength of your voice as a young person is the beginning of a milestone. Today, it might look as a simple youth parliament to many, but you have no idea how much impact you are creating to leadership, how much you are shaping decision-making of tomorrow, and how many young people are outside there wishing that they were in your position today to be able to submit an issue or two about the way matters of young people in this country are handled. I always ask youth leaders whenever I have an opportunity to interface with them is how do we elicit all these young energies that we have at a particular time and streamline them to impact better youth livelihoods. It is entirely our responsibility as a generation of youth leaders to have a vision